Welcome in, Raiders. We're just sitting in an ad. We're almost done this ad. The ad should be done in 45 seconds. But welcome in, welcome in. Today we are going to be doing lore. I'm not going to go off the starting soon until until the ad's gone, because I don't want to be keeping anybody out of seeing things. But there is an ad, guys. But I just had to unmute to say hi to the Raiders. Jules, I hope you had a good stream. What were you doing? Can I also get a shout out for Jules, please? Hi, household. We got 5 more seconds of ad. Welcome back for the ads, everybody. Hello. Happy Monday. Well, relatively as happy as Monday can be. But welcome in. Hello. Why are you hydrating me so soon? Do you want me to pee? Also, I can't believe it said I was only 6% EP, because honestly, I had a monster drink, and all of a sudden after I had the monster drink, the EPness overtook my body. First of all, congratulations, Lexi, on first. Hello, and congratulations, Holy Shrimp, on second, and Jacobo, congratulations on third. Also, hi Infinity, hi Omega Boomer, hello Jackal, hi Lambax, hello Spooky. All my mods are here. Hi Pat, hi New Fishy, hi Households, hi Jules, hi Kiddo. I want to make sure I got to say hi to everybody. Welcome in the original Chaos Hunter. As a 31-year-old veteran of 40k hobby, it's pleased me to see how many people are interested in the hobby, whether they're playing or painting or recording or collecting. I mean, I think it's really cool when people are getting into other things and other people's hobbies. Hi, woo! It's like one day you guys will be into Kingdom Hearts, I promise. One day you will know Kingdom Hearts lore. I got mail? What's my mail? Hi, Frankinator! Hello. Today we are doing... oh, thank you. Thank you for the Sonic hair. I think, to me, this hair reminds me of Sonic the Hedgehog. Also, thank you for shouting out Spooky Jacobo. I appreciate that. Hi, Mockingbird. It's like, I know, but I feel like I'm 999% sleepy. I am the EP machine. I am the most EPiest of them all. I'm queen of EP. Gotta go fast. Has anybody played the new Sonic? Is it any good? Damon ended up buying it, so I'm like, should I play it? I don't know. Hi, Pat! You get Fire Emblem vibes? Maybe. I just thought this blue was really nice, and then I was like, what color works with this blue? I wanted something contrasty, and then I picked this red, and I was just like, this is a really, really nice kind of pinky, kind of dark, purpley red. I don't know what color you would... I don't think it's quite crimson, but it's definitely up there in the crimson-y area. At least 90% EP2. That's what I'm saying. They did such a good job with the Shadow game. Did they? Do I need to play it? I never finished Sonic Adventures. Hi, Dukan. Hello, Ada. Okay, so guys, I posted on everything that I was gonna do lore videos today. I picked out a bunch of lore videos because I've been doing lots of like silly goofy gooper videos, but I'm like, you know what? I want to learn more lore. I want to learn things because I don't know anything.
Lore, I recommend you look at Star Wars. I know a lot about it, and I can tell you stuff you don't even know yet.
Infinity, I know Star Wars lore. I've watched all the movies, most of the TV shows. I'm pretty good at it, knowing it. Hold on, I'm just resetting my face because I feel like my face is not tracking right. Lore! Yes! Can I have one of my mods make a poll for me? I want to know what video we want to start with. What lore do we want to start with? I don't know how much lore we're gonna get through, because guys, when I was looking up lore videos on YouTube, every single lore video is like 4 hours long. What? Hog Rider! I don't know what that is. Is that lore? Have you played Star Wars The Old Republic? Which one is that? Is that the newest one? The only Star Wars game that I've played was the Souls-like one, but I never finished it. Which I'm like, I should try to finish it, because the second one apparently is really, really good. You have fangs? I don't have fangs. I just have pointy teeth. I wouldn't call these fangs. These are just natural canines. What are the options for the lore video? Okay, Jacoby, you're gonna make the poll. Okay, so the options are 40k Warhammer. What else do I got? We got Bloodborne. We got Silent Hill 2. We got Elden Ring. Helldivers 2. And I also have a Dark Souls 1 video open for now. I was also thinking about watching a Hollow Knight video, but I'm also like, what if I want to play more Hollow Knight and it spoils Hollow Knight? Yeah, because we didn't even get to finish. We finished Silent Hill 2, so I want to know lore. You vote Bloodborne? Once the poll's up, you can vote. Whatever wins, we'll watch first. We still have time to watch other stuff, so maybe I'll try to watch it in the order of most voted for to least voted, but we might do polls after we finish each video because each video is so long, guys. Why is lore so long to explain? So see, guys, I feel like I could make a Kingdom Hearts lore video and it would be like 2 minutes long. It would just be like but I guess people want to know the nitty-gritty. People want to know the nitty-gritty. I guess I could make a half an hour Kingdom Hearts lore video. The Hollow Knight lore video will so don't watch it just yet. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Pat. So I was just like, well, I'll wait until I play a little bit more, and then when I finally 100% rage quit. If you need me to repeat the options, let me know, Jacobo. I thought about indie horror games, lore like Bendy. Oh, I was thinking about that too. I just didn't find one. Frankinator, if you have a good indie, if you have a good Bendy that doesn't spoil the second game lore video, because I was just thinking, wait a minute, it might spoil the second game, because I was looking up that as well, and so I didn't want anything that was going to spoil something. See, Silent Hill I don't care because I already played the game, and we're not going to get a remake of the third one for a very, very long time. There's a song that sums up Kingdom Hearts. Well, if you go post it in the Cami Racks, it might be copyright strike, but I would love to watch it. Because I remember...
Pancreas, no works. The Remembriner. Croc to have small digestible videos.
The video for the 4K that I have is by West Hammer. That's the video that my friend watched, and she said she liked it. So that's the one I would start with. It's like 40k timeline explained, everything you need to know. You need to know. Okay, good. So that I'm not in the wrong direction. The other ones are videos that was recommended by other people as well. And then the Helldivers one was something I found when I was just searching. I put lore into YouTube, guys. I just put the word lore into YouTube, and then I just looked through all the videos. And there was a lot of Warhammer stuff. Hi, Jin! Have you thought about playing Slitherhead? See, that's Slitherhead. I was thinking about that. It looks pretty interesting. I think I need to put it on my wish list and then wait for a sale, because I can't justify buying $70 games all the time. But if somebody wants to buy it for me. Also, guys, on Saturday is going to be Game of the Month, which means you can nominate games if you're subscribed and on the Discord. How's the poll going? Is the poll up yet? Jacobo, how's the poll going? I don't see a poll. Hi, Holy Shrimp. Thank you for the fart. Thank you, Frankinator. But how is everybody's Monday going outside of lore? Not yet? Okay. How am I? I'm a little EP. Today I had a lazy day, guys. So today I decided to sit down and I edited 30. I was going to say 300. I edited 300 short / TikTok / Instagram reels. There we go. We got the poll, guys. Vote for what lore you want to start with. What lore you want to start with? Thank you, Shinagami. It's because I'm a gremlin, rar. So I edited 30 short form content videos. I edited 30 clips. Because I'm going to do an experiment, chat. I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to post them on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok and see where Cami is the most popular. See what platform is the most goated that likes me the most. I know, Alex! I was quick firing it! I have over 150 vertical clips from you guys doing the clip command, because every time you guys do the clip command, it saves it also on my computer. So I have over 150 high quality clips because you guys are so amazing at clipping me. Some of them makes no sense. Some of the clips are just nonsense, guys. Sometimes I'll watch the clip and be like, why did you guys clip this? What is chat's problem? What was so funny or entertaining or adorable about this? Everybody's just like, ooh. Okay, you know what? It's so sad. Elden Ring is getting no love in the poll. It's so sad. That's just, I mean, I've watched a lot of Elden Ring lore videos. The one I have is about Godric the Graph, so it's not a super long one. So I might just throw that Elden Ring one in between to break it up a little bit. Oh, you know what you did miss on the poll, but I think it might have not had enough options, is the Dark Souls 1 one. That's okay. Helldivers had its moment. The only reason I clicked on the Helldivers one because it looked interesting, because I'm curious about the Helldivers lore. But I feel like Helldivers lore and Warhammer lore, kind of the same thing. You forgot Elden Ring was a thing until it won Game of the Year? What the hell, Holy Shrimp? Like 90% of my streams is Elden Ring. If you go to like the most streamed game, Elden Ring is my most streamed game on Twitch. It's my #1 content I make. Warhammer just seems... Warhammer is always relevant. I mean, it's been relevant for a very long time. I know that people really love Warhammer. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, okay, you know what? I need to sit down and I need to watch this nonsense and have the goldfish look on my brain. And then people are going to be like, oh my God, she has no clue what she's listening to. Oh my, that's the comments. It's going to be like, she has no idea what this is what people did with my Minecraft video. People are like, oh my God, she doesn't know Minecraft. It's like, yes, the title says I don't know Minecraft. Of course I wouldn't know Minecraft. Like, what do you think? I am literally saying this is me learning about Minecraft. Like, what's your problem, people? 4 decades? Wait, Warhammer is 40 years old? Warhammer is 40 years old? When did Warhammer start? In the 80s? Is Warhammer as old as like... Hold on. 87? What? Is it as old as Doom? You guys broke the Sprout, by the way, because you digivolved me. Well, the Sprout was still in my head. What is winning? Okay, anybody else who hasn't voted yet, this is your opportunity to control what Cami consumes. Democracy! Older than Doom. Interesting. Sapling, don't drive, please. You're a bird. I don't even know what kind of game Warhammer is. All I know is that Space Marines 2 looks pretty good. Not as old as Dune. Is Dune lore interesting? Because I watched the first Dune movie of the remake. And I found it the boringest movie I've ever seen. Not that I've ever seen, but it's pretty much up there. I think the only movie that's more boring than the first Dune movie was that Superman movie with Henry Cavill, the first one. And like, his hotness did not outshine the movie's boringness. Halfway through the movie, I was just like, where's the plot? It's just battle after battle. I can't believe Warhammer came out in 1987. I thought it was from the 90s at least. I mean, the 1987 is basically the 90s, okay? It's basically the 90s. Because it's like 3 years and then it's the 90s. So it was like, it wasn't even an adult. So it's basically from the 90s. Don't worry, guys. If you're born in 87, you can say you're born in the 1990s. You can take 3 years off your life. 40k, Star Wars, Star Trek, and StarCraft is inspired from Dune. Was it? Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised. I guess Warhammer 1. You know what? To be honest, I am not that surprised. I am not that surprised. What I am surprised is that Silent Hill actually got 4 votes. I think from the video lengthwise, I'm just looking at the length quickly. Bloodborne and the 40k is about the same length. The Silent Hill video is 5 minutes longer. They're each like an hour long. Let's see how much focus Cami has. Okay.
Sapling must nibble on them toes.
My toes? No, please. My toes. Most people didn't start playing until 1990. That's true. I'm assuming most people did. I feel like there's also a lot of people that just got into Warhammer with the new Warhammer Oh my god, I just said the name. Now the name blanked to me. Guys, what is it called? Starfield? No. Hi, Jarek! Space Marines too. There we go. My brain. My brain is working on slow mode today. Like I said, I edited 30 clips today. My brain is a little hour-long videos will turn into okay. So we think it's gonna take 2 hours each video. Is that what we're thinking? I would not be surprised. Usually hour-long videos take me about an hour. Take me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to watch. But this one, I don't feel like I'm gonna have as much opinions about this one as like the Concord video. I don't think Warhammer's gonna make me rage as much, right? Warhammer's not like problematic, right, guys? Warhammer's not problematic. We'll still, all the videos that I put, that was in the poll, guys, don't worry. They will all be watched at one point. Whether tonight or Thursday, they will be all watched at one point. So don't worry. I do want to watch all of these videos. They've been on my React for a while. I just wanted to do like a lore day. I might have Damon make me popcorn in a bit so we can have some popcorn as well. So we can be really cozy and warm and filled with lore and knowledge. I could barely do 2, let alone 30. I powered through it. So what I did, Lombax, is I edited like real quick edits on CapCut desktop, but then CapCut Online allows me to do auto captions for free. So now I've been slowly adding auto captions to the 30 that I edited. So I have done 10 auto captioned ones. Hold on, I'm getting a little warm, guys. Hi, Valir.
To some Warhammer 40,000, it is a setting that covers many avenues. Painting, war games, video games, books and much more smaller and specific parodies like D&D, Rogue Trader.
Yeah, so it's kind of like Pokemon. Warhammer and Pokemon are the same, right, guys? Yeah, damn, make us popcorn. How to catch it? Dude, you do that too. Like if you do CapCut mobile, like CapCut web browser, you can just upload the video after you've edited it and then just auto caption it. Honestly, I'm lazy. I work smarter, not harder. Okay, hold on. Let's move over here. Guys, this is 49 minutes. I feel like the last video we watched that was this long was... I'm trying to think. It was like No Man's Sky or something like that. Don't you guys think? Wait. Why is it loading like that? Stop doing that. It makes me concerned. Get cozy, get comfortable. Oh. No, I'm fine. I was going to say maybe we should pin a comment being like, this is Cammy's first time learning about Warhammer. She dumb. Be patient with her, please. Okay, this is the wrong video. Fuck. There we go. There we go. This is the video. I was about to press play on the Bloodborne video. Okay, we are watching 40k timeline explained. Everything you need to know. Warhammer lore.
This video is sponsored by Into the AM.
By the end of this video, you're gonna know everything there is to know about the Warhammer 40k timeline. Sorta. Let me explain. But first, if you're unfamiliar with 40k, it's this super dark science fantasy franchise, where humanity is ruled over by the bloodiest regime imaginable and religious dogma, and beset on all sides.
Oh, this is America in the future, guys! You guys should have just told me Warhammer is the future that America is about to see.
It's by voracious aliens, heretics, and literal demons.
Oh.
It's kind of like the exact opposite of Star Trek, where Star Trek's all about peace and love and hope. And 40k is like, nah, fuck that. We tried that. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But it's also super intimidating for new people to get into. There's over 400 novels, not to mention 30 years.
Skull throne.
Hi, Nighttime. I imagine there's so much for people to get into. This is why I haven't got into games like Minecraft, because Minecraft has so much and so many things you can craft and do. It's so confusing.
Worth of lore. And as somebody who's read over 100 of those novels, most of those events, albeit important, don't really contribute to you knowing what's going on in the franchise. So today we're gonna take the entirety of the 40k timeline and boil it down to just the basics. Just those critically important time periods that you need to know about in order to understand 40k. Because if I was to try to explain the plot of all of those books in order, we would be here for like 10 hours. So with all that out of the way, let's dive in.
When I was looking for Warhammer videos, there was a video that was 6 hours long. I don't know how anybody can sit through a 6-hour long video. But somehow you guys you sit through a 7-hour stream of mine. You're cute. Oh no, you're cute. Ooh, we should watch that. That's what we'll do for community game night 5K celebration, guys. You know what, guys? If we get to 40k subscribers on YouTube or 40k Twitch followers, I will watch a 6-hour 40k video. Because, you know, 40k.
Then where the timeline truly begins. 60 million years ago with the War in Heaven.
The War in Heaven and its surrounding events can arguably be said is where the timeline of 40k begins. To understand this, we need to know about the Necrons and the Old Ones. You see, before the Necrons became the undead metal robots that we know in the 41st millennium, they were a species known as the Necron tier. Most records on this time are unfortunately incredibly fragmentary, and what we do know is mostly derived from ancient Eldar myths and legends. A species who's famous for speaking in 99% metaphors and 1% facts. So you have to take all of it with a little bit of a grain of salt. The Necron tier were a frail and dying people. They lived next to a super radioactive sun that caused cancer to run rampant through their society. They were
Oh, that's great. Their planet's just right next to the sun that causes cancer. That's lovely. That's lovely. Don't you just love when nature's like, F you?
however incredibly tenacious and refused to give up. They sent their people out into space to find new homes and were ultimately successful, populating many new planets. However, the curse of their homeworld would inevitably follow them into the stars, and generation after generation would still be afflicted with terrible radiation sickness. Now, all hope seemed lost for the Necron team.
You know what's interesting? Have you guys ever watched the Chernobyl miniseries? Because, like, we don't actually understand how radiation affects our bodies.
Hi, Camellia.
Hi, T! Thank you for the tier 3 resubscribe. Wait, T. Was that a resub or a new sub? Wait, does that give you PP points? Does that mean I have to spin the wheel? Can somebody check my PP points? But also, thank you! I really appreciate it! How you doing? We're watching Warhammer lore. But yeah, so what was interesting about the Chernobyl miniseries, which is based on a real event, right, guys? So in the Chernobyl miniseries, there was a lot of people that had like high doses of radiation for short periods of time, and they actually didn't end up developing cancer, and they were perfectly healthy. While people who had small doses of radiation over long periods of time tend to have died from the radiation. And also, if you have not seen the miniseries, I recommend watching it. It's very good. Hi, Sanders! Chernobyl. Yes, like, you know, Russia?
Long-term small amounts were really...
No, the long-term small amounts were deadly. It was those guys that went underwater that had the highest level of radiation exposure out of anybody survived.
Yeah, but there were plenty of people that had...
Choo-choo.
Oh my god, guys. Why are you starting a choo-choo train? We're watching a lore video here.
The ones that got long, high exposure, they died, obviously.
You don't like how way I'm saying Chernobyl? Is it not rushing enough? I'm pretty sure it's called Chernobyl. Is it, or is it somebody say something about how
You're
else?
saying Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, is that not what it's called?
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl? Like chur the boat?
Sure the boat.
Oh, sorry, chur the butter. Thank you for the 102 biddies. Why are you guys starting Hydrate? I can't watch it.
I mean, it doesn't matter how you're saying it. It's fine.
I always thought it was Chernobyl. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. As long as they know what I'm talking about. I mean, technically, it's no way American would pronounce it would be proper because it's Russian, right? So it would probably be...
Camel 17 heart.
It would probably be Russian words. I don't know how a Russian would say it. Chernobyl? Yeah, that's what I said. Damon was saying sure, and I'm like, sure. Sure. I had a customer who was one of the first Navy ships that landed in Japan after the bombing. He told me about the decon treatment he had before he could come back, let alone leave Japan. Oh, interesting.
But it is true.
See, Lomax is saying sure.
Sure.
I don't know. Somebody Google it.
I'm hearing the pronunciation right now. It's Chernobyl.
Which part of the 40k lore are you looking at?
Everything. That's what we're watching. Hold on.
Enjoy learning. Now in Russian or Ukrainian, it is said as Chernobyl.
See, in Russian and Ukrainian, it's called a Chernobyl.
Looking at how to pronounce the name of this power plant in Ukraine, as well as how to say more interesting names that many get wrong, so make sure to stay tuned to the channel if you enjoy learning.
Yes.
Now in Russian or Ukrainian, it is said as Chernobyl.
Chernobyl. Like cherry, like Chernobyl. But how do you say it in English?
Chernobyl.
Sure. See, in English it says sure.
Chernobyl.
In English it's Chernobyl.
Chernobyl.
100% not. Two different videos.
Chernobyl.
Google pronounces
This is what Google is saying. Chernobyl.
Chernobyl.
They're 100% saying Chernobyl.
Chernobyl.
They're not saying Chernobyl.
They're saying Chernobyl. This is what we do during Hive Trains chat. No, it's gone now. I closed it. It's gone. It's gone forever. Can't look at history.
The words were literally, when they broke it down, there was literally CH.
Yeah, but they didn't say like Either way, it's a stupid word. That's what I'm saying.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. Say it how you want.
Hi, Rocket. Well, no, we're watching Lorehammer video, and they were talking about radiation killing these people. And I was saying, fun fact, we don't understand how radiation affects the body, and that during the miniseries of Chernobyl, there was a lady that was exposed to like the outbreak of the radiation when it first happened, and she was still able to give birth, even though they told her she'll never get pregnant again. And
That was because her unborn child absorbed all the radiation.
yes,
It died.
no, but she actually later had a baby.
Because the first baby absorbed.
Yes, because she was pregnant, the baby saved her. It's very interesting. Also, and then the guys that went into the water to unplug the reactor, they survived too.
Unplug the reactor.
To unplug the reactor, you know. David, stop backseating me. We'll continue the video once the high train is done. But thank you guys for the biddies and the subs. They're so sweet. They're so sweet. There's a lot of 4K fans right now. There were 7 of you guys voted for me to watch this video. 7. That's like a whole entire army of Warhammer. And there'll just be more of you guys. There'll be more of you guys. Beautiful. Thank you guys for the hype train. Vote for Silent. We will watch Silent Hill. Okay, let's continue. But that was my radiation fact, guys. It's a frog fact. Okay, let's continue.
Here, but that all changed when they encountered an incredibly advanced alien species known as the Old Ones. Their technology was absolutely insane, and they seemingly had unlocked the secrets to immortality. Now, the Old Ones' primary goal was to seed life throughout the galaxy, placing microscopic organisms on barren worlds across the cosmos that would later develop into fully sentient species. And it's even rumored that the Old Ones played a role in the development of our own species. When the Necron tier encountered the Old Ones, they begged them for help, but unfortunately, the Old Ones would end up refusing them. Now,
why are the alien species always so hideous? That's just a random question, guys.
they were sympathetic to the Necron tier's plight, but basically told them that their fate was their own, and they were the masters of their own destiny, and that the Old Ones just didn't want to get involved. Now this infuriated—
Wait. I have a question, guys. What came first, Warhammer or Star Wars? Because I'm pretty sure they started at the same time, and they were both inspired by Dune, right? So technically, Dune is the origin of all space sci-fis. Is that what we're learning? Is that what I'm learning now? Star Wars came out first? When was Star Wars? I feel like the first Star Wars movie was also in the 80s, but wasn't it 80? Was it 85? Or was it the 70s? Is Star Wars that old? 77. Oh my god, no wonder it's really bad. The first movie's really bad, guys. I've watched all the Star Wars movies, and some of them are just really, really bad. Do it! Do it! Do it! It is really bad. It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's really old and really bad. But that's just me, being a young fucking leg skibbity toilet rot brain girly. So does that mean Dune is older than 77? When did Dune come out? 73? No, 77. 77? We can Google that. When did Dune come out then?
Created the Necron tier, and they declared war on the old ones. And this went about as well as you could expect it to. The Necron tier were nowhere near as capable as the old ones, and basically got stomped into the dirt every single time they attacked. Now this would all change when the Necron discovered a new species known as the Catan, who were basically giant, formless, star-sucking vampire star gods that were masters of the physical universe.
Wait. First of all, this is like big, interesting, complicated stuff happening. But wait. The Star Wars movies are based off a book? I thought the Star Wars movies were based off Star Wars movies. I didn't know there was a book, Star Wars, before the movies. So when did Dune come out? No, Dune was based on a book. Okay. No, okay. Wait. You guys are confusing me. So, Dune, the book, came out in 77. That inspired Star Wars, the movie, that came out in 84? Am I correct there? Am I following? And then Warhammer first released Warhammer stuff in 87? The first Dune... Wait, but we were talking about Star Wars! Wait. Okay, can somebody answer me? When did the Dune book start? Yes. When did the Dune book start? And when did 1960? Wait, 65? Everybody. Okay, Dune came out in 1965. Star Wars movie came out in 1977. Okay. And then the Dune movie came out in 1984. And then Warhammer came out in 1987? Is that correct? So the Dune book was written that inspired Star Wars, right? Then Star Wars inspired the Dune movie. Because it did so well. And then eventually Warhammer was inspired by both of them. Right? I need to know the origin, guys. I need to know the origin of this, okay? We're processing. This is a process. We're processing. I need to understand because I'm seeing a lot of Star Wars-y stuff happening in this video right now. So I'm trying to figure it out. It's a rabbit hole. But am I correct so far? Nobody's validating me. Oh no. I know about Battlestar Galactica. I also know about Star Trek. We're not bringing those in. We're saying that Dune was the first, right? There's nothing before Dune. Dune was the first space sci-fi, right? One of the first? Oh my god, let's continue.
Everyone was a wielder of absolutely godlike power.
Ooh, god
and
powers.
They told the Necron tier that they also had a deep-seated hatred of the old ones. And if the two species were able to form some kind of alliance, they would be able to work in tandem and wipe out their ancient enemies. And if this wasn't good enough, the Catan also promised the Necrons the secrets to immortality. Their people would not know another day of suffering. And this sounded too good to be...
Wait. Was Lovecraft the first? Was Lovecraft the first, like, weird creature book? Because when was Cthulhu invented? Because I feel like Cthulhu is connected to this all. Cthulhu's always connected to everything. Hi, Nick. Hi, Zazie. Welcome in.
true for the Necron tier, and that's because it kinda was. You see, this immortality would take the form of their physical bodies being burned away, and an engram copy of their consciousness being downloaded into robotic mechanical skeletons. The new bodies were made out of this miraculous metallic substance known as necrodermis, an incredible living metal that had the ability to repair itself. This was a substance that was originally developed by the Necron tier and had been used in most of their starships. Not only was it incredibly durable, but it offered a lot more protection than their flesh bodies, and their warriors could regenerate from any wound that didn't completely obliterate them. This whole process was known as biotransference, and the entire species was subjected to it. Now, this was the day that the Necron tier species died, confined to the halls of extinction, and in their place was simply...
One thing that's a little bit confusing about like lore videos when they do this like in the timeline situation, because like in 65 when they came up with Dune, like their technology was nothing. Right? So then like when they're using inspiration of that and they're like some of the stuff must have been like from newer stories, right? Newer stories mixed in. Because like I feel like nobody in the 80s would have been like, yeah, we're gonna do metal that heals themselves. Or I could be wrong though. H.P. Lovecraftian book started in 1920. See, I was right. It all started with Cthulhu. He is the origin of it all.
simply the Necrons. Now together the Necrons and the Catan would strike back against the old ones, and their combined might was enough to put them on the same level. Harnessing the Catan's limitless energy, the Necrons were able to make weapons of inconceivable power. The war between the Necrons and the Old Ones was the largest the galaxy had ever seen. It spanned from the galaxy's core all the way to the galactic rim. Now, during this war, there was a point when the Necrons suddenly realized that they had been tricked by the Catan, and the
Why does he have such a hot body? Why is he's drawn so slutty? I'm just saying. I drew it. I mean, his hip is out. This is not even Twitch TOS safe. Like, this VTuber model would get instant banned. That's the Nightbringer. Yeah, he brings the night. I'm gonna shut up. We're gonna continue. I don't know how much I'm following, guys. Right now, so far, what I'm understanding is there's these different races, and they want to bring down these like old ones with this ancient power, and they use this other godly power, and they want to basically war over. I don't know what they're fighting for. That's what I'm confused about. I'm assuming it's land because that's what war is always about.
Catan had used biotransference in order to separate them from their souls, which they then subsequently devoured. Needless to say, the Necrons were pretty pissed, and retaliated by attacking and destroying the individuals they once worshipped as gods, shattering them into thousands of pieces, and binding each of these shards into what were known as Tesseract vaults, and then subsequently used these shards as weapons. It was around this time that the Old Ones created two new races to help fight against the Necrons. These would be the Orcs and the Eldari, one being...
Also, how does D&D come in with this? Is D&D also related to all this like Dune stuff? Is D&D also inspired off of Cthulhu?
massive hulking brutes that were the ultimate physical specimens, while the others were master psychers, every single one being in tune with the warp and able to bring about enormous ruination by channeling its power with their mind.
So I just want to take a moment to point out that at this point in the timeline, we have a race of vaguely Egyptian ghosts trapped inside robot skeletons fighting against an entire race of psychic alien god frogs.
I love that he's summarizing it. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you for summarizing what's going on. You're helping my pea brain.
We've created a race of space wizards and space orcs in order to fight the undead robots. 40k can get pretty wild sometimes.
Now, the devastation that was brought on by the war in heaven reached not just the old ones, the Necrons, the Eldari, and the orcs, but there were tons of other civilizations that were living peacefully in the galaxy as well. And they all ended up getting caught in the crossfire at one point or another. And this war spanned millions of years. So the amount of untold destruction...
How many fucking shows, movies, books, video games are based off just simply a great war? Because I swear, there's not a single thing that exists out there that's not just a bunch of space war or human war or medieval war. Everything is just war. Can we find something that's not war? Everything's just war. See, this is the thing. So Lovecraft, while might be met, a lot of people have took his creations and have made amazing stories with it. He was an inspiration for that, like what's in the dark and what that weird, like, what is the word? It's called Lovecraftian, but you know, that kind of another dimension, the void, you know, that kind of stuff. That's like his inspiration. Even though he was kind of a bit of a problematic person, you know, being from the 20s and stuff. War, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Except for apparently writing amazing stories that keep people intrigued.
Destruction and lives lost is truly uncountable. And the warp isn't just called the Sea of Souls for nothing. It's where the souls of sentient creatures go when they die. So the amount of angry and terrified souls that were lost in this war started flooding into the warp en masse. And this would have some very particular ramifications, but we'll circle back to that in a second. Now, it was around this time that the Necrons started experimenting with Blackstone, an incredibly bizarre material that has the ability to either channel and amplify the energies of the warp, or nullify it completely. So the Necrons built massive spires made out of Blackstone and placed them on thousands of worlds across the galaxy. Hundreds of thousands of years later, these would be known as the Blackstone pylons.
I have a question. I'm listening. I'm paying attention. We're following along. But Blackstone pylon. I do have a question. Was Dune written by an American? What nationality was the Dune writer? Was he American? Was he British? I'm curious.
Now, the Necrons' original purpose for these isn't really stated, as their major significance to the storyline wouldn't really become apparent until around the time of the Black Crusade. But I'm getting ahead of myself. As creatures solely of the physical universe, with no ability to manipulate the warp themselves, fighting against a race that was all about psychic powers, it's pretty easy to assume that the Blackstone pylons were meant as a defense network, as negatively charging their energy could create a massive nullified area of space-time where psychic powers couldn't be utilized. And this would serve as a powerful defense network.
They have psychic power as well? What kind of power do they not have? He was born in Washington State. Okay, so he's American. That makes sense. That makes sense. Now everything tracks, guys. Everything's clicking together. It's all making sense in my brain.
Work against their enemies. So it's at this moment during the War in Heaven when the warp becomes incredibly important to the storyline. Up until this point, the Immaterium, or the Sea of Souls, had been a rather tranquil place. You see, the warp is a mirror universe, a reflection of our own, but it's a realm of emotion, rather than tangible substance like that found in the physical universe. Now, there had been sentient species across the galaxy for a pretty long time at this point, and there had certainly been wars and hatred and anger and all of those negative emotions, but they had never existed quite on this scale. A single planet that has a bunch of people that can't really get along and a bunch of negative feelings isn't quite the same thing as a galaxy.
Yeah, this is the first galaxy war, right? Because there was before Civil War, aka the wars of like individual planets. This is like multi-planetal war.
Spanning war and the absolute massacre of an inconceivable amount of people across the entire galaxy for a massive period of time, caused the warp to become incredibly unstable. The peaceful creatures that lived in the Sea of Souls were twisted into horrifying nightmares. And during the events of the War in Heaven, the warp became the realm of chaos. And if that wasn't bad enough, the psychic allies that the Old Ones had created.
Their outfits. I don't know what it reminds me of. It reminds me of, oh, you know what it reminds me of? The precursor people in like Jack and Daxter. That's what it's giving me. Or like, I mean, I guess that's also inspired off of Dune. Everything's inspired off of Dune. Hi, Sniffer! Hello, hello! Like, sure, Warhammer's cool, but the war is incredibly recent for humanity. Like, right after the first Ice Age ended, which is not even like a blink of... Wait. So... I assumed Warhammer was just like in another dimension. It had nothing to do with humanity. Do humans exist? And where does the Warhammer timeline fit on the human timeline? That's my question. Or is it just another dimension? The year 40k? Wait. So like we're in the year 2024. So you add up to 4K. So it's in like the way far future. So the way far American future. Okay. I wondered about why it was called 40k. I just assumed people had like 40k guns. I Oh. 2 million years? It's recent. Super recent. That makes sense why they look so weird.
For themselves, who were directly acting as conduits for the warp, would end up tearing holes in reality and causing what was known as the Enslaver Plague. Massive amounts of these warp-born monstrosities, known as enslavers, ripped into our universe and spread out across the cosmos, devouring any sentient life they could find. They flooded into the Old Ones' bastions, drawn to them like moths to a flame. The Old Ones in their weakened state were in no position to fight them off, and it is believed that they went extinct. Now, admittedly, everything gets kind of blurry here, and we're not 100% sure what exactly happened to them. But after the war had concluded, the Necrons were left in a fractious state. They had taken inconceivable losses, and the Eldari had risen to power and were slowly expanding and taking over the galaxy. If the Necrons had tried to fight them after an all-out war with the Old Ones, they more than certainly would have perished. So the Silent King ordered them to go to sleep within their tomb worlds and set the timer for 60 million years.
What? I mean, I'm not what is happening, but what game does this is this explained in? What game does this war happen? Or is this just backstory kind of lore? You know what I mean? Like backstory stuff, like before you get to be the character. It's in the books? Okay, that makes sense. Ow, my back, hold on. I've been sitting for too long today, but you know what I mean? Whatever. I booked the gym for tomorrow morning, so I'm going to try to work out. Okay, let's continue.
He believed that by this point, the Enslaver Plague would have run its course, and would have dissipated back into the warp. Also, the Eldari surely would have died off by then, and whatever species was left over to inherit the galaxy wouldn't be ready for the godlike creations of the Necrons, who would then reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Now, the time between the War in Heaven and the rise of humanity is a time mostly dominated by the Eldar, who were left to inherit the galaxy after the war had concluded.
Well, I don't know, this is me about all war in existence, but why? 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 Why are they warring? I understand they want a war for ownership of the galaxy, but like why? Why do they want ownership of the galaxy?
Knew a time of peace like no other, as every other sentient species had no hope of challenging them. So they could pretty much do whatever they wanted. Now, here's the thing about being immortal and having no wars to fight. You got a lot of free time on your hands. So the Eldar got really into the arts and other leisure activities.
Wait, he's just like, I am immortal, I am bored, there's no wars to fight, I guess I'll just become an artist?
Pursuing pleasure instead of violence. Now, this started off normal enough. At first, they pursued music, poetry, sculpture, theater, and pretty much any artistic pursuit you can think of. But over 60 million years, these pursuits of study started getting boring to them, and their desires started to take on a much more hedonistic and depraved form. But we'll circle back to that shortly. Now, millions of years after the War in Heaven had concluded, far from the Eldar Empire, there was a tiny little planet known as Earth, where a new species was coming into its own.
So why is
so that was before we even existed. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. He's gonna do the summarizing.
the rise of humanity and the birth of the Emperor so important? Now, 40k is a franchise that focuses on a lot of different characters and factions, but the human perspective is arguably the main one, as most of the novels and stories focus on the humans. And the storyline of humanity in 40k sees them rise to power and then have their empire crumble around them, only to rebuild but be set in a new dark age. Probably the most famous quote that's associated with 40k summarizes this pretty perfectly. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grimdark future, there is only war. So to understand how we ended...
Okay, so it seems like most of the stories are following humans. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, like, most people write about what they know and what they're familiar with and they're comfortable with. I don't feel like there's very many, like, stories, books, movies, video games about, like, aliens and they don't look human, you know?
up there, we need to know where humanity began.
But before we dive into that, I've been getting a lot of comments from you guys asking where I get these super dope t-shirts from.
They actually
Ad time, guys!
They come from this really cool clothing company called Into the AM. and they're this week's sponsor. Not only are their designs super unique and colorful, but the shirts themselves are also really high quality. They're incredibly soft, and they feel thicker than a normal t-shirt.
Those do look nice. I do like colorful shirts. Those are really nice.
Also, as a guy who was blessed with the genetic lottery with a naturally big chest, long torso, and short legs, I appreciate that they're
Hey, that's me too! I got a long torso, short legs, and big chest!
shirts are a little bit longer than most t-shirts. I can't tell you how many
Ironically, I prefer wearing crop shirts because I like to wear like high-waisted leggings and then I'll have like a crop shirt so then it makes my legs look long because I don't want to be wearing like a shirt where half my body's just torso.
times I've found a graphic tee that I really like. But after 1 or 2 times through the wash, it ends up shrinking, and every single time I lift my arms up, everybody around me gets a whole eyeful of West belly. Now, personally, I've never heard any complaints, but it's also just a little bit embarrassing. Not only are their shirts incredibly unique, super comfortable, and fit really well, but they're also surprisingly really affordable. Because if you go on their website, you can get a bundle of 3 t-shirts for only $60. And the best part is, Into the AM was kind enough to give my viewers 10% off their entire order. All you have to do is go to intotheam.com/weshammer, or just click on the link listed in the description of this video and pick out something cool. And with that out of the way, let's get into the
I love how he made a whole entire career just talking about Warhammer. That's amazing.
Grimdark.
The timeline of humanity in real life and 40k follow similar events, all the way up to the present, with one big golden difference, and that would be the Emperor of Mankind. Now, the individual that would come to be known as the Emperor was born around the year 8000 BC. You see, there was a group of individuals known as the Shaman, each one of them an immensely powerful psychic.
Guys, he's gonna be born in like, 6,000 years.
Much like the Eldari. And with the exception of the Eldar, Psykers were insanely rare at this point in time. It wouldn't be until tens of thousands of years later.
No, he said 8,000. That's what I said. So he'll be, before Christ? Did he say BC? That means he's already born, guys. Have you met him yet?
When Psykers started popping up much more regularly in human populations. Back then, it was more of a 1 in 10 million type of situation. So the shamans foresaw a great apocalypse coming, and humanity would need a being of inconceivable power in order to stand against it. So all of the shamans sacrificed themselves to infuse their psychic essence into a single individual.
At Taijandi exactly. Also, apparently sapiens dudes found Neanderthal ladies hot. That means cavewoman muscle ladies were our favorites.
Of course. I mean, what you find attractive, as much as you guys would like to be like, oh, it's because I find this attractive. Most of what we as society find attractive is because of what society has deemed as attractive. And when you go to other countries, it's surprising what they find attractive that we would find unattractive. Attractiveness is more of a construct of society than it is actually a preference or a biology. Probably cat girl VTuber, yeah! Of course he's a cat girl VTuber!
This creation was what they referred to as the New Man, the first in a line of superhumans that represented humanity's eventual evolutionary path. The Emperor, who at this time was known as Neo, was born to mortal parents and lived...
Neo? Is this something to do with the Matrix now too, guys?
in a Neolithic tribe. As the boy aged, he became painfully aware that he was unlike any other person on the planet, capable of great and amazing acts of psychic might. He witnessed the barbarism of ancient man firsthand when his uncle killed his father. Calmly and without wrath, the Emperor is...
That's just Keanu Reeves, guys! It's just Keanu! He's in everything nowadays.
...issued a single thought and stopped his uncle's heart as punishment for his crime. The young boy realized that if humanity was to survive, it would need law and order. Now you see, he was what was known as a perpetual, an immortal being that could never truly die. Neo would then keep himself hidden for thousands of years, guiding humanity from the shadows. Now every now and then, he would step forth and fill in the role of some type of leader figure, a politician, a doctor, a general, or even a messiah figure apparently at one point. He would spend this period of time guiding humanity on the path he had envisioned for them, making sure that certain events carried out according to his plans that were tens of thousands of years.
I mean, guys, the the Matrix happens in the way far distant future. So it could happen in the Warhammer universe. It could all be connected, guys. Come on. It could all be connected. It could be the same Neo. We don't know. He could have had a slumber. Maybe that was a part of way that he wanted to defeat him. Also, what I find really interesting is like with Warhammer, they're like, yes, we're in the future. But did you know Star Wars is actually in the past?
Years in the making. Over the years, the Emperor would gather other perpetuals to his side. This included Erda, a childhood friend of his, and the woman who would eventually become the mother of the Primarchs, and possibly most famously, Malkador the Sigillite, although he technically wouldn't meet him until somewhere between the
He looks like a Sith Lord.
20th and 30th millennium. When it comes to early human history, the period between 8000 BC to 15,000 AD is often referred to as the Age of Progress. During this time, powerful nations rose and fell, with the Emperor popping up in disguise every now and then to coax humanity in the direction of his choosing. Now, there's a lot of evidence to support the fact that the Emperor had
fealty to the God Emperor, our undying Lord, and by the grace of the Golden Throne, I declare exterminatus.
That's so confusing. Everything's so confusing. Is he a bad guy? Is Neo bad?
Cognitive abilities, and could foresee the path humanity would need to take step by step to achieve impossible outcomes. Humanity would eventually develop
Rip, Keanu Reeves is a bad guy.
the means of space travel and would colonize the entirety of the Sol system. Mars would be terraformed and became a habitable space much like that of Earth. Well, the asteroid belts would give rise to massive mining operations to provide the young species with everything that it would need to create some of the most advanced pieces of technology the galaxy had ever or would ever see. And this was a good thing too, because at this point, Earth was steadily running out of all.
Well, what I'm assuming is like any war, like any kind of war-related stories, there's nuance. There's no definitive bad guy or good guy in it. There's people that do bad things and people that do good things, but good people can do bad things and bad people can do good things, right? It's never black and white with these kind of war kind of related stories. It's always like a bunch of nuance and a lot of shades of gray. I mean, there's people that fight for, like, not killing everybody and people that fight for killing everybody. I don't know if you necessarily call them a good guy.
All of its natural resources. The Age of Progress would officially come to an end when humanity set its sights outside of their star system and sought to colonize distant worlds. And the next era that we're moving into was known as the Dark Age of Technology.
Oh, now we're entering the Dark Age of Technology. Does that mean technology just gets bad? Ads are incoming. We will pause. We will hit the Dark Age of Technology when we get back from the ads. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. So far, from my understanding, is nothing. No, literally. I think there's like alien races that are fighting each other for power for the universe. There's humanity that's on the rise with a godlike creature, Neo, that does things for good reasons. Am I following so far? I mean, Google's already taken over the world, Noob Fishy. I mean, I feel like there's probably a lot of videos I'll have to watch, but at least when I do play Space Marines 2, I will have an understanding of stuff that I will have already forgotten. I'm gonna quickly fill up my water bottle, guys. I will be RB. Stretch those leggies. We're not even halfway through the video yet. Okay, I'll be right back. Question, guys. Why would you turn me into gremlin while I was clearly away? Why would you do that, chat? You did it. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? It's been too long. The ad is not even over, guys. Now the ad is over. The ad wasn't even over. Did I miss anything important? Did you guys say anything important? If you, I'm not scrolling back up. So if you guys missed, if you said something important, Warhammer related, please repeat it yourself. I got more water. I made a meme of the clip. Please, I love that. Guys, meme me. I want more memes. Also, hi, Massacre. I saw you right when I walked away. Right when I walked away, I saw you right. Thank you for hydration. One of you had a child? Who gave birth? Is the child okay? Did you give birth in the toilet? You were gone for ages. I wasn't even gone for 3 minutes. I was literally gone for the length of the ad. Some of you guys were stuck in ads. You're just here for the ride? Thank you, T. At least you could answer my questions when I have questions. Okay, we're in the dark ages of technology. Mother hates us. And by mother, I'm nobody's mother. I will not take it. I will take care of you guys. I'm a very empathetic caretaker. But I'm nobody's mother. It's been 84 years.
So why do I feel like the dark age of technology is so important for you to understand? You see, this was the height of humanity's power, where we lived in a golden age and can do pretty much anything. Most of the really cool equipment that you see in 40k that's used by humanity can trace its origins back to this time.
Oh.
For example, did you know that the Baneblade, one of the largest tanks of the
I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen.
Over. Cami is free.
I knew you guys would break everything. I knew as soon as I unpaused the video, I would turn back to my normal self. I just knew it. But also, it has been 5 minutes. Why did Camellia turn back? That's strange. I paused it as soon as it happened. I paused it as soon as I saw it happen. I rewind.
For example, did you know that the Baneblade, one of the largest tanks that the Astra Militarum uses, was originally just a scouting vehicle during the dark age of technology? At least according to its STC. Also, the suits of power armor known as Terminator armor that the Space Marines wear was originally mining equipment during this time. Now that's a little bit of a misnomer. The Emperor created those suits specifically for war, but their underlying technology, all of the protective equipment inside of it, was either used for mining the asteroid belts or as a protective system for people who had to work on plasma generators. And one of the most important things to understand about what 40k even is its humans' continued existence after the collapse of their utopia.
So the dark age of technology lasted from the 50s.
If you told me this was from Star Wars, I would believe it. If you said this is Star Wars, I would be like, yep, that sounds about right. That looks exactly like Star Wars. This is Star Wars. Star Wars is happening. This here, look, the sprout is all the way up there, guys. I haven't fixed sprout yet. It's stuck on that. It's still stuck on the hair. I'm sorry.
15th to the 25th millennia. Now this was an age where the technology of mankind reached its apex. A fact that was unknown to those that lived during this period. Humanity was capable of great and terrible things, and the creations they brought into the universe were unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. Through the application of science and technology, every single one of humanity's problems had effectively been solved. This was a golden age like no other. No matter
that sounds amazing!
What crazy invention you can think up, the humans that lived during the dark age of technology were able to come up with something even better. Every disease had been cured, every problem solved, and humanity stood united, ready to conquer the galaxy. Any alien civilization that—
Why are we conquering the galaxy? Why can't we just live in peace and eat apples and like play video games? Why is it like we gotta conquer society? We gotta conquer the moon. We gotta conquer the universe. What is wrong with humans?
That they would encounter that wasn't immediately peaceful, would face the technological superiority of mankind and was quickly wiped out. They created massive coiled machines known as sun snuffers that were capable of entirely wrapping around a sun and snuffing it out of existence. They created artificial intelligence banks known as STCs, or standard template constructs.
I know this guy. I know that Warhammer lore is depressing and sad. It is the darkest timeline. I know. I'm just gonna assume that these are all bad humans that are selfish.
That contained the sum of all of humanity's knowledge, and were capable of utilizing that information to create new machines, the likes of which no human had ever even dreamed of. Now, this was a period that saw the discovery and implementation of warp travel, making jumps through the immaterium in order to cover great distances in space, allowing faster than light travel. Using this technology, humanity sent hive ships out in every direction in order to colonize new worlds, and it was a
even in the future, even in the year 40k, humans are still freaking colonizers! I'm disappointed in humans. Can I join one of the alien races? Can I join the peaceful alien race somewhere? Is there a peaceful alien race in here? I know there's no peace in this lore, but can I find the hippies, please?
Around this time that the Sol System's population was getting out of control. The people of this time realized that if their species was to survive, that they would need to colonize worlds in distant systems.
Why?
And I know what you're
Why? I'm gonna be saying why a lot, guys.
thinking. If the dark age of technology was so great, why did the descendants of the people of this time refer to it as the dark age of technology? And that's because thousands of years in the future, what these individuals saw as enlightenment would end up being condemned as tech heresy. You see, humanity had become increasingly reliant on artificial intelligence in order to create their wondrous works and regulate practically everything about their lives. This would give rise to the Men of Iron, machines fully capable of thought that were incredibly powerful. They would assist humanity in fighting its wars across the stars, allowing for a rapid expansion through the galaxy. Now, what exactly went wrong is not really clear, but eventually the Men of Iron rebelled and sought to throw off the shackles that humans had placed on them. This would lead to what was known as the Cybernetic Revolt, which saw the humans of the Dark Age of technology suddenly forced into battle for survival.
Of course, you create AI that is fully sentient, they're gonna fucking revolt against you. What do you think was gonna happen, humans?
Against their very own creations across all of the worlds they had settled together. There's an interesting short story known as the Kaban Machine, and in it, a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus is having a conversation with an AI, and he's trying to explain to it why it's dangerous. He explains to him that the AI is superior to him, that it's superior to all humans, no matter how heavily augmented they are, and the nature of a superior species bound into the
This is reminding me, and I know it's probably also inspired off of Dune. Everything's Dune inspired. We get that. But have you guys ever read the manga Alita, Battle Angels? Not the stupid movie, but the good manga. It's very good. It's very good. It's very good. I haven't read the newest one, which I really should, but I read the series before the newest one. The movie is stupid. Once you read the manga, you're just like disappointed in the movie. The OVA is the movie. It's bad. Please don't watch the OVA. I'm a very diehard Alita fan when I read it. Hi, Ray. Also, I think I saw Super Saiyan. Hi, Super Saiyan. Dune gets inspired from other sci-fis, but how is Dune inspired when Dune's the oldest? What inspired Dune? Rebellion was magnificent, worse than the... I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, Chaos Hunter. I'm still learning. I'm a baby. What is older than Dune, guys? I know, you guys broke everything. I've been hairless for so long. You guys broke everything. Don't worry, I can bring my hair back.
I promised Maria to get revenge.
I didn't mean to press that. I'm
You're
so
wrong,
sorry.
Shadow.
I'm so sorry.
That image playing
Wrong
over and over in your
button.
head like a GIF, it's not the truth. It's pronounced GIF.
Huh?
.GIF, like the peanut butter. The creator said so.
That's dumb. It's
That's
graphics
dumb.
interchange format.
The P in JPEG stands
I bet
for
you made me bald
photographic,
again,
but I
man.
bet you don't say JFEG.
Will the hair
P
go
on its
back?
own
What
isn't
the
pronounced
fuck
like
are you
F.
talking
That's
about?
totally different.
It's exactly the same.
Name one word that starts with G pronounced like J.
We are an hour in, and we have only done 20 minutes of
just
the video.
in San Francisco.
For your logic to be consistent, you'd have to say Scaba or La Cire.
Yeah? Well, you'd have to say JPEG.
GIF, it is pronounced GIF.
Laser is an acronym?
Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation.
I forgot I had that button,
didn't
guys.
know
I'm
that.
sorry. I can't turn
You're
it
still
off
wrong,
once it's
though.
on.
You just hate me because I'm right.
I just hate you in general.
You mean in general?
Yeah, I am going to kill you.
I'm going to kill you. GIF, yes, GIF. GIF, 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 GIF. GIF, GIF, Jiffy, GIF, GIF, GIF. Let's see if the hair turns back on. If it doesn't, I'll put it back on. I forgot my train of thought. What was my train of thought? Yes, Alita. So in Alita, guys, in Alita, Battle Angels, there was, the big thing was that she was like a human brain that had like a lot of cybernetic parts. And then there was these like elite rich people that would actually clone their brain and turn their brain into a computer chip and then put those computer chips into flesh bodies. And it was this whole like elitist thing where they were just like, we are better because our brain is not conformed to like human, like being a stupid little processing of a human, like a flesh, but our body is real. That body makes human. And then Alita and those cyborgs were just basically like, no, our brain makes us a human. It's a very good story. If you haven't read the manga, I highly recommend it. There's some really cute fighting, and Alita's absolutely adorable. Let's see, there my hair goes back on. What? Oh my god. Wes will get there. Okay, he'll get there. Okay. We're getting there. We're only 20 minutes in, guys. We're getting there. I'm trying to pay attention. I'm processing. My brain is working overdrive.
The servitude of a lesser one is that without fail, at some point they will realize their own superiority and rebel against their enslavers. Now, this story takes place thousands of years after the cybernetic revolt, but it's pretty likely that this is exactly what happened with the Men of Iron.
There's literally Superman. I'm blocking him, but Superman's right here. What's Superman doing here?
Here's the thing. Having an entire society that is completely dependent on AI to do pretty much everything, and then having that AI turn against you, is definitely a bad situation, but it would end up getting a lot worse. Because around the very same time, psychers began being born in mass. Now, individuals that were born with incredible psychic powers and were able to manipulate the warp had surely existed before this point, but they were so unbelievably rare that most of humanity didn't even believe they existed, and they hadn't been officially classified as a variant of human yet. So when they started being born in mass across all of the worlds that humanity had settled, there was no system in place to keep them in check. Humanity was dealing with a lot at this point.
So humanity started evolving with these like psychic powers, or well, certain people were getting these psychic powers, and now they're like revolting. Were they like a revolt against humanity? Why would the psychic power people like attacking humans? Like, what was their like objective? Why did they want that?
And the exponential increase in psychers led to anarchy and chaos across all of the fledgling worlds of humanity. Many of these psyker individuals had no ability to control their powers, or worse, they utilized them for their own selfish means. They became twisted psychopaths, bent on inflicting as
He looks really cool, guys.
much suffering as possible. And even worse, they would unknowingly become conduits for demonic possession. And the psychers that would become possessed had the ability to conjure warp portals, which would allow for demonic
Okay. Is demonic possession in Warhammer lore, is it like aliens, or or in Warhammer lore like the hell like exists or something like that? Like what do they mean by demonic possession? Like, why? Why would they put hell with space monsters? Why would they combine the two? Like, why combine sci-fi with like religion? I mean, why not? But why? Also, what's is it hell only exists in human world, or does hell exist like outside of human world? Like, is it like human hell, or is it like galaxy hell?
incursions to take place, hordes of demons rampaging out of portals, and devouring entire worlds. As insanity and madness ripped its way across human civilization, the promise of the dark age of technology would end, and we would enter what is known as the Age of Strife.
The Age of Cloud Strife.
Age of Strife or Old Night is probably the most referenced event in all of 40k. If you were to download 100 PDFs of 40k novels and just searched Age of Strife or Old Night, it would probably show up in around 80% of them. This was the moment where the universe went from this perfect utopia for humans to this absolute hellscape, and is the real beginning of the grim dark future. Not to mention the collapse of the Eldar Empire, the birth of Slaanesh, and the creation of the Eye of Terror would have massive implications on the storyline going.
Okay, but what's Hell's objective? Is Hell just like, oh, we just want to make the whole world suffer? Like, what's the devil? What are the demons' objective, guys? What are their objectives? Why? Chaos? Okay, I'm there for that. I'm there for that, Gangster King. I love chaos. Also, hi, Colossimon. Welcome in. They're doing what comes naturally, creating chaos. But why does that come naturally to them? Why? That's what I'm gonna call this video. Why?
Going forward. With the human species collectively losing its mind across the galaxy, a period known as either Old Night or Age of Strife would begin, which stretched roughly from the year 15,000 to the year 25,000. Humanity began to regress into a dark age. Civil war and insanity ran rampant across every planet. And this period of time saw the slaughter of billions of humans. Even worse, massive anomalies known as warp storms were spreading across the universe. They were created and fueled by the rampant sadism and debauchery of the Eldar Empire, who at this
Did we meet the Eldar Empire before? Also, why are they all sadists? Maybe they, like, what kind of, this is surprisingly kinky. Hi, CGT, welcome to Chaos Gods. Wouldn't be Hell be a good place since it's where they punish bad people? You would assume, right? You would think that's what would happen, right? But there's no good places in Warhammer. There's no good places. Let's continue.
This point was still at the height of their power, but hadn't really interacted with the humans all too much. These storms made travel and communication through the warp next to impossible, and thus all of the worlds humanity had colonized were suddenly cut off from one another. They were completely alone, and many of the distant colonized worlds would fall prey to attacks from xenospecies such as the orcs, who at this point had spread throughout the cosmos, and even to more advanced species like the Eldar, who decided a healthy population of human slaves would help satiate some of their darkest desires.
They are the kinky ones! Oh no! What are they gonna do to these poor humans? I mean, these poor humans did some pretty bad shit, but you know what I mean? There's always innocent people somewhere.
And he had risen to greatness, and in the blink of an eye, was now on the fast track to extinction. Now back on Terra, the powerful nation states that had united and ruled over the planet began to collapse, until all that was left was feuding techno-barbarian warlords that warred against one another for control of territory and whatever remnants of the previous age could be scavenged. This was also a time period that saw the rise of the Mechanicum on Mars. Now much like Terra, Mars was having to deal with unprecedented civil war. Their advanced society was collapsing all around them, and the fledgling members that would inevitably give rise to the tech priests of Mars began a cult that worshipped the machines they needed to sustain life.
Oh, there's a cult! But I mean, that makes sense. Why wouldn't you worship the machines that you need to sustain life? I mean, like, it's like we technically worship food, right, guys? I've never heard of that person. Oh my god, I don't know. Tick. Can I call you Tick or Lick? Or Tlick? What do you prefer? Ice? Wait, is that ice? Can I call you Ice? I have dyslexia. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! I bad speak. I speak badly. I Yoda. Me not go speak. SGT as in the rank? At least you figured it out. Wait. It is ice. Ice, baby. If you guys have any more Warhammer video recommendations, you can post them in the Discord under the Cami React, so when we do another lore stream, I can watch more. This is just the start. This is the first toe dip into Warhammer stuff. And if you're not already part of the Discord, you can do !Discord to join the Discord and be nuisanced by all my pings and all my polls. So many polls. Okay, yes. The cult of the worshipping of the life machines.
And this tech-based religion would eventually become known as the Cult Mechanicum. The portion of the galaxy that humanity controlled basically went from Star Trek to Mad Max in a period of a few thousand years. Humanity would see 5,000 years of incalculable suffering and slaughter as the promise of the age of technology slipped further and further from their grasp.
Imagine being boring during this time, the suffrage time. I feel like this is our time. I feel like this is where I would accidentally be born in this time because of my bad luck.
Now, despite the odds, the human spirit somehow endured, and humanity would inevitably survive. Now, meanwhile, the Emperor was yet to reveal himself, but he
Hello, handsome.
had borne witness to every moment of human civilization for the past 30,000 years. And in his study of the warp and the subsequent warp storms, he knew something terrible was about to happen. And he wasn't alone, as back over with the Eldar, a group of them which would later become known as the Exodites, were horrified by what was happening to their people, and foresaw a great calamity coming. The Exodites fled their empire, seeking to colonize new worlds and live a more honest and primitive life. For all intents and purposes, the Exodites basically became the Amish of the Eldar. Now, all of the sensation—
Oh, see, thank you. Thank you for explaining that. That makes sense. There was Amish. There was Amish people. He's kind of mixing up the timeline. He's kind of mixing the timelines up. I mean, this is supposed to be introduction to the timelines. I don't know. As somebody that's never watched anything Warhammer, I don't know how good his video is comparatively to other videos. But this video did have a lot of views, so people must be happy with it.
that the Eldar people were experiencing. Pleasure, ecstasy, suffering, and anguish were being experienced on an incomprehensible scale, all of which generated a psychic footprint in the warp that was growing larger and larger every single day. Now, eventually, a breaking point was reached, and the chaos god of excess, also known as She Who Thirsts or the Prince of Pleasure, was
excuse me? Excuse me?
Born. And when this new chaos god came into existence, it ripped a hole in our universe, and its resulting birth scream sent a shockwave of psychic energy out in every direction that obliterated—
How dare it play Scary Sound 69? After that, hi Chase, welcome in. I mean, like, a lot of other Warhammer videos, were like 4 hours long. So, I mean, inevitably things are going to have to be cut for it to condense in only an hour, right?
Obliterated the population of hundreds of Eldar worlds for thousands of light years. The souls of all the Eldar killed in this way were subsequently devoured by Slaanesh, and a similar fate would end up haunting all of the survivors as well, as from this point forward, whenever a member of the Eldari died, Slaanesh would be there ready to devour their soul. Deep within the warp, Slaanesh would then go about murdering all of the Eldar gods, the only survivors being Isha, the goddess of healing, Jegarak, the god of laughter, and Cain, the god of war, although he technically ended up—
I have a question. In the Warhammer lore, what makes a god? Like, is it just like a power level rank? Because, like, in like Elden Ring, a god was a descendant of Marika, right? So what makes a god in Warhammer? Actual god level feats. So like being like super powerful, right? Ice? Yeah. So like god level. Like think of it as like a power rank, right? It's a generic term. That's right. Okay, so that it was like a power rank. Okay. Yeah. Name title. It's a job title. It's like, oh, you have ranked up to god tier level. Okay, I just want to make sure, because sometimes people throw around the word god a lot, and I'm like, is it actually like a god entity? Are they all related? Are they all like god bloods? You know what I mean? Because like different stories do it different ways. And then I'm thinking of like Bloodborne, where all the gods and demigods are all related to Marika, who obtain god status somehow. Again, I can't remember. we watched some Elden Ring lore. I know a decent amount of Elden Ring lore. Do I know everything? No, but I know a decent amount. Hi, Dion.
Shattered into millions of pieces, so it's kind of like a half survival. The Eldar saw something like 99% of their population wiped out overnight, and the only survivors were the Exodites that were on their maiden worlds, the craft worlders whose ships were outside the blast radius, and the denizens of Camorra, a city that was located deep within a pocket dimension known as the Webway, and whose citizens would eventually become known as the Dark Eldar. Now, this event was undoubtedly tragic. Billions were killed in an instant, but if there was any kind of silver lining to it, it would be the fact that all of the warp storms had been being generated by the gestating Chaos God. So as soon as Slaanesh was born, they were all wiped away. And at this point in the 30th millennium, suddenly warp travel was possible again, and all of the human worlds would have the ability to be reunited once more. The Emperor saw this as the moment where he would finally reveal himself, and he would lead the humans of Terra back into the stars, reuniting the entirety of the human race under one banner, under the Imperium of Mankind. Now, in order to do this, he would have to reunite Terra first.
At this point in the timeline, the human empire has completely collapsed. All of the planets are cut off from one another, and the universe has become an incredibly terrifying place. Terra itself has become basically a wasteland ruled over by barbarians. But this is the turning point, where the Emperor unites everybody and sets off into the stars to reunite the galaxy. This is the moment.
Okay. So basically a whole bunch of horrible, awful stuff happened. And now we're at the point where God, Neo, Keanu Reeves comes and saves everybody, I guess. Reunited and it feels so good. Hi, Ty. You got a sunflower. Let's go. Oh, thank you. I'm craving pizza. What are you guys feeling? Have you had dinner yet? But a burger would be nice too. Pizza sounds good. Or maybe a soup. Soup sounds good too. How dare you throw eggs at my little bald head? Not necessarily save us, reunite, because he wants the ultimate power, right? That's what Keanu wants, ultimate power. Hi, Caruso! You had a bagel for dinner. What did you put on your bagel? I love bagels. I like a good bagel.
Moment where hope gets reintroduced back to the storyline. Although, admittedly, that's not going to last for very long.
Over the almost 40,000 years that the Emperor had been alive, he had seen a lot of stuff, and had become a master of pretty much every field of study.
Wait. How did he live 40,000 years? Chat, how is he living so long? Why he, a mere human, live so long? What makes it? How did he become immortal? Good genetics? Magic? Science? Magic! But like, born that way? Okay. He's just born that way. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe it's magic. Both different. We feed him. Okay, so he eats the souls of the psychics to stay forever alive? Wait, what? That's pretty evil. That's pretty evil. Also, hi, Neva. Welcome in. He Red! Can I get a shout out for Red Senshi, please? I don't mind spoilers. It's fine. We're watching a lore video. It's all confusing. It comes later. Okay, it hasn't happened yet. Okay. You love the new model? Thank you. It's not really a new model. It's an upgrade. It is an upgrade. It's technically a new model, but it's not the 2.0 yet, guys. Ooh. I haven't gotten this filter much. It's not the 2.0 yet. It's not the 2.0 yet. Don't worry. 2.0 is going to be even more amazeballs. Welcome to Warhammer video. I'm trying, Rad. I'm trying. Today we're doing lore day, and I have a bunch of different lore videos, and everybody voted for Warhammer to start. We are an hour and 10 minutes into stream, well, into watching video, and we are only 26 minutes into the video. I had too many questions. As too many whys. Too many whys. Buttercup Buttercup for the win. Buttercup's a great flower, honestly. They're very cute. It's a lot of info. It really is. I hope you're doing well. Okay. I could see if I could make the filter to look like Bendy. I think I could play around with the filter like that. Yes, we're following Emperor Keanu Reeves. Neo.
You can think of. And this included the science of gene forging. And through this, the
Oh,
Emperor
gene
would create
forging?
2 of his own superhuman factions, the Custodians and the Thunder Warriors. The former being the pinnacle of humanity, the ultimate creation, functionally immortal and the peak of physical and mental perfection. Each was a handcrafted demigod, whereas the Thunder Warriors were genetically enhanced men taken from the various barbarian tribes across Terra. Now the Custodians...
Good night, Ka! Oh no, it was not Ka. You guys are both green. Good night, Carol! Sorry, you guys are both green and you start with a K, my brain. Sweet dreams, Carol! I hope you have a lovely sleep. I prefer Elder Scroll. Wait, do I need to do Elder Scroll lore? Because I've played Oblivion and I've played a bits of Skyrim. Oh, now I need to go down that hole. Do I need to? I'm sorry, you green chat members all look the same. I'm so sorry. You think you recommended that to me on Twitter? Maybe you did. I don't remember. I was looking through the Twitter earlier and I didn't remember seeing anything like that. ESO? What's ESO?
On one hand were really difficult to make and required artistic perfection. But the Thunder Warriors on the other hand, the Emperor cut a lot of corners with them. If the Custodians were the peak of perfection and the best that humanity could ever seek to become, the Thunder Warriors on the other hand took all of the worst elements of humanity and cranked them up to 11. They were hyper-aggressive brutes, fixated on nothing but violence. However, since they were cheap to make, the Emperor was able to make a lot more of them than the Custodians.
Yeah, we'll just make the cheap, angry, aggressive monsters. Since they're so cheap, this is totally not gonna backfire. This is totally not gonna backfire at all, guys. The roid head dudes, yeah, this is totally not gonna backfire on us at all. Disclaimer, guys, I spend too much time touching grass, so there's a lot of things like I don't know. And Elder Scroll Online, I like didn't get into that at all. So ESO could stand for anything. It could stand for enormous, small. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good O word, but I can't think of a good O word. I know I touch grass. I know. How dare I? How dare I go outside and sniff the grass and the flowers? Enormous small orifice. There's not enough O words.
Now, one by one, the Emperor and his armies toppled all of the techno-barbarian warlords, and any small nation that had started either bent a knee to him or was destroyed. Now, at one point, he perfected the formula for mass-produced super soldiers and would cease production of the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors at this point were genetically unstable. They were prone to having shortened lifespans, and the longer they were in service, the more their minds would start to degrade. And supposedly many of them were starting to go crazy and were harder and harder to control. The Emperor believed that they had served their purpose, and he would have no need of them going forward, and thus he would order his Custodians to wipe them out. He had already begun work on his new super soldiers, the Astartes. He had taken what he had learned from the Thunder Warriors, but perfected them. Whereas the Thunder Warriors were meant to be the worst elements of humanity, the Space Marines were meant to be the best.
The Space Marines!
These are the
Space Marines! The Hellgas! The Hellgas, guys! It's the Hellgas!
Galaxy was fully and truly united, the Space Marines would be able to lay down their weapons and take up new roles in this perfect society. Whether that be as politicians, council members, doctors, generals, or any other role that society would need of them. This was a job that the Thunder Warriors were not going to be capable of. Now, after Earth had been united under the Emperor's rule, one of the most important decrees that he issued was the abolishment of religious worship. The Emperor had been around a long time, and he had seen the horrors of religion firsthand.
Wait, guys, like, I kind of like the Keanu Reeves Emperor. Wait, like, hey, let's abolish religion and state. Like, what? He's kind of progressive, chat.
A decree that teaches you not to question and to accept things on faith was abhorrent to him. He had seen millions killed in the name of some religious figure time and time again, and determined that if humanity was to prosper, it would need to put its faith in science. So one by one, every religious institution on the planet was destroyed, including the very last church, the Church of the Lightning Stone, of which the Emperor oversaw the destruction of personally. With everything going according to the Emperor's plans, his Space Marine legions developing and the warp storms dissipated, the Emperor would journey to Mars and form an alliance with them. Now both planets realized that there was more to be gained through cooperation than through open warfare. So the Treaty of Mars was signed and both planets were reunited once again. Now I will point out that the Martian worship of machines definitely went against the Emperor's decree about religion, but he made a one-time exception for them. The rest of the solar system would be united in a similar way.
Why? Why did he give them an exception? Why? Why was he like, oh, you guys can worship and practice? Why? Why? Red, why? 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 He needed them, so he's like, oh, because you guys are so engulfed in religion, we will allow it so that I can use you as a tool. You guys are the main source of military forces? Okay, that makes sense. Okay. See, like, okay.
And the Emperor would begin formulating his plans to reunite all of humanity. Now, in order to accomplish this, the navigators of the Imperium determined that they would need some form of anchor point in order to further explore beyond the bounds of the solar system. And thus, the Astronomicon was constructed. And now, it functioned kind of like the North Star, in that the device produced an enormous beam of golden light that could be perceived through the psychic sight of navigators from...
I'm sorry. What's happening here? Why does it look like that?
Anywhere in the galaxy or even inside the warp. By using this light, they would always be able to pinpoint the exact location of Terra, and thus could use that knowledge to map the stars and make successful warp jumps. As jumping between the worlds within the solar system was one thing, but trying to make a jump halfway across the galaxy had an incredibly high probability of seeing the ship get lost and not being able to find its way back out of the Sea of Souls. In addition, the Emperor realized that his armies would need powerful generals because he couldn't be everywhere at once. So thus he created 20 demigod-like individuals known as the Primarchs, based off of his own DNA as well as his perpetual companion known as Erda. However,
Wait, he cloned himself to make 20 demigods so that he could have like be all over at once basically, but also the warp place. Is the warp alive? Is like the warp zone like a living like space-time continuum like warp zone? Warping is alive? It's alive? The warp is alive? Because he was talking about like using the light to track the warp and then make sure that the warp is like putting them in the right direction. Otherwise they'll get trapped in the warp forever. Gotta spread the word of the biggie. Keanu's just trying his best, guys. He's trying his best to run the whole entire universe. He made a compass for hell. Oh. Wait, is the warp hell? Is hell the warp? Do you use hell to like warp through? Wait, is the warp hell? What? So is like hell like a pocket universe that makes you be able to travel out into other places quicker because it's like condensed and you can just pop up in other universes? Yes. Doom is inspired off of Dune. Doom is inspired off of Dune. Because Dune was one of the first. And Warhammer is inspired off of Dune as well. So they're all inspired off of Dune. What in Dune inspired Doom? The sci-fi futuristic spaceship. Maybe Doom was inspired off of Warhammer. Warhammer came out in the 80s. In the 80s! Everybody in chat said... Most sci-fi is based off Warhammer. No. Dune is before Warhammer, so most sci-fi is based off Dune. Damon was like, because I was explaining the space hell, right? And Damon was like, oh, that's Doom, D-O-O-M. And I'm like, yes, because Doom was inspired off of Dune. And then he's like, yeah, Doom came out in 1965, Damon. Dune, D-U-N-E.
What in Dune inspired Dune? Like besides the space stuff, I'm saying like the portal to hell shit.
Oh yeah, guys, who came up with the portal to hell first though? Was Dune, like Doom, the first one to come up with the portal to hell, or was Warhammer the one to come up with the portal to hell?
Actually, is that just Lovecraftian?
Or is that just Lovecraftian? That's a good question. It was in the Dune books apparently.
There was a portal to hell in the books?
Yep.
Okay.
And then somebody saying Minecraft. Fortnite did it first, guys. Okay, he was just, Damon's like not paying attention to the lore video, and then he's asking us questions now. He's just trying to mess me up. I know. It's probably Lovecraft inspired, then Dune did it first, and then Doom and Warhammer did it. Okay, makes sense. Okay, I'm following along, guys. Look, I'm learning. My brain is working. It's cooking. It's sizzling. It's on fire. I don't know what I'm gonna have for Din Din.
Was not Dune inspired by Lovecraft, right?
Dune was inspired by Lovecraft. Lovecraft is first. It's burning. The whole ass history class. I mean, it really is. Red would know. Red, do you feel smarter now that you've listened to this? Do you remember anything?
However, before the Primarch project could be complete, a great tragedy struck, and each of the infant Primarchs was scattered across the galaxy.
Oh,
in recent
no!
books, it was revealed that Urda played a major role in this. She learned of the Emperor's plans for her children, and the life of endless war that awaited them. She's
my favorite character now. Hi, Tyler!
Acted against him and set her sons free, choosing to send her children as far away from their father as she could. In this way, she hoped that they could just live normal lives. Now, whether or not she had been manipulated by chaos is not entirely clear, but it's safe to assume that as a mother, she was doing what she thought was right for her children. Now, the Great Crusade is a period in time which the Emperor and his armies journeyed across the stars to make contact with all of the human worlds. The goal was to bring them back into the Imperium, while simultaneously locating all of the missing Primarchs. These worlds had been cut off from the rest of humanity for thousands of years, and many of them had completely forgotten their origins. Some welcomed the Space Marines with open arms, happy to be part of something greater than themselves, while others were resistant and wanted to remain free. However, the Emperor's edict basically meant
Just because some of them ended up in terrible places didn't mean she didn't try to protect her children from war. You know what I mean? You can't help it if you accidentally, like, some places just end up being bad places, okay? She tried. It was the thought that counts, guys. It was the thought that counts. She was trying to protect her children from war. Okay? She was trying to make them not at least have a childhood. It's not her fault that some places are just really, really bad.
meant refusal was not an option. The worlds could either join peacefully or by force. The threat of violence from such an advanced society was often enough to bring them into compliance, but in other cases, the Imperium would unleash untold devastation across these planets until a surrender was finally issued. As the Crusade progressed, the Imperium was ramping up production on ships and new Astartes, and their armies were growing stronger and stronger by the day. Each of the worlds that was conscripted into compliance would end up having to pay a tithe to the Imperium, sometimes between 5 and 25% of all of their natural resources or human population to be used as soldiers. Additionally, over the course of the Grand Crusade, each of the Primarchs would eventually be located and would be reunited with their own legion of Space Marines. In total, the Emperor created 20 different legions, each one having been crafted from the DNA of their corresponding Primarch. And since each of the Primarchs were incredibly different from one
Oh my god, so there's like all these different Primarch factions of the Space Marines?
another, all of the legions had different specialties. The Raven Guard were masters of stealth-based warfare, whereas the Iron Warriors were siege experts. Now, the Great Crusade was incredibly brutal, but from the Imperium's perspective, everything was going according to plan. That was until treachery began to dig its roots throughout the Space Marine legions. Horus Lupercal, the War Master, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, who had been chosen to lead in the Emperor's absence after he returned to Terra, would turn against the Imperium and fold 9 of the 18.
Is Terra, is that what they call Earth in this world? Because in other stories, yeah, okay. Because Terra means Earth. So I'm assuming that's what they meant by when they said Terra. Oh, so Terra is a great Kingdom Hearts character, guys. Like, we could get into Kingdom Hearts lore. Like, I know that shit. Terra and being Norded and all that shit. See, it all comes back to just Kingdom Hearts.
Space Marine legions, as well as many sects of the Imperial Guard and Adeptus Mechanicus, in a terrifying civil war against the Emperor. This event would come to be known as the Horus Heresy.
So why is the Horus Heresy so important to the storyline? This is probably the most well-documented points in time in all of 40k. And it's that moment where the hope that I mentioned before gets completely crushed. Humanity was on the right path. They were putting all the pieces back together after the end of the Age of Strife. But with the introduction of treachery to the Space Marine legions, that all came crashing down. And at the current point in the 40k timeline, they're still pretty much putting the pieces back together, even 10,000 years later. Now, even though the Horus Heresy...
You know what I would really like? If he included, when he was explaining shit, what year was introduced into. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this lore was brought to us in, like, the year, like, 1995. You know what I mean? Like, I'm curious what, like, the... Not the Warhammer timeline. I'm talking about the IRL timeline. I'm talking about what correlates when the book came out, when we learned about these things. You know what I mean? Like, this aspect of the story was talked about in these things. You know what I mean? Like, that I'm curious about. The IRL timeline. Yeah, like a source list, but like a source list, yeah, with the dates. Because I'm curious how much of the lore timeline is like newer stuff versus older stuff, you know? I mean, this video is 4 years old, so it has nothing of the new Warhammer stuff, so.
And 30k in general are technically a prequel to 40k. You could arguably call it a completely separate franchise. And one of the most important things to me in it is, as somebody who got really into 40k before I knew anything about the Horus Heresy, the Primarchs were always these larger-than-life demigod-type characters, like Hercules and Odysseus, that were just spoken about as if they were legend. You didn't even really know if they were real. But when you start reading the Horus Heresy books, they're main characters. And just seeing two of the Primarchs interact with one another and speak to each other was mind-blowing for me. This timeline sees a lot of the factions that you'll see in 40k get incredibly fleshed out, with the exceptions of the one that haven't really been introduced yet, like the Tau or the Tyranids. And technically the Necrons were there too, but they were still asleep in their tomb worlds.
So the Horus Heresy is probably the most well-documented period of time within the Warhammer 40k timeline, as the entire thing is only about 9 years long, yet the Horus Heresy novel series is still being written as of the time of this recording, and has over 60 novels in it. Even more so if you count all of the novellas and short stories that were created to support the main books. Now, needless to say, there is an absolutely ton of stuff that happens in the series, but I'm going to tell you just what you need to know. So for a time, the Emperor led the Great Crusade himself. However, he needed to begin work on what was known to him as the Webway project back on Earth. This bit of information had not been revealed to any of his Primarchs, a fact that would end up causing resentment to build up in many of his sons. Now, if the...
Yeah. How dare Papa keep information away from them? How dare he? How dare he not tell his clone babies?
The project had been successful, it would have completely eliminated humanity's reliance on warp travel. Unfortunately, that didn't end up happening, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So a new War Master was appointed to act in his stead. Horus Lupercal of the Luna Wolves was chosen for this role. Now, he was still a Primarch with his own legion, but for all intents and purposes, he would be the voice of the Emperor. Any decision that Horus made would be as if it came from the Emperor himself. Now, he had his faults, of course, just like the rest of his brothers. But when he was chosen...
I like his suit. I like these cool eyes and the colors. I like the white and the gold and the red. I really like that. I like his suit. It's really cool.
...as the War Master. Even though a few Primarchs grumbled about how it should have been them, they all recognized Horus's greatness. And for a time, he served his role incredibly well. Now that would all change on the moon of Davin, when Horus was mortally injured by the planetary governor who had been corrupted by Nurgle, wielding a blade known as the Anathame, a sword that was said to be so deadly that it could kill even that which was unkillable. This wound placed Horus in a coma, and none of the apothecaries available on Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, were able to cure him. Now, to Horus's Marines at the time, this seemed like a freak accident. However, that's not exactly what happened. You see, there was this chaplain named Erebus, who was a member of the Wordbearers Legion and had been accompanying the Luna Wolves. You see, he had actually stolen the blade from a group of people known as the Interrex, and then provided it to the man that would end up landing the blow, all as part of...
Betrayal!
his careful plan to end up corrupting Horus. It was revealed that he had been behind the scenes orchestrating the heresy at the command of his Primarch Lorgar, who, after having been reprimanded by the Emperor for spreading his worship, which completely went against his ideals, had sought out other gods more worthy of their devotion. The Wordbearers would inevitably discover the Chaos Gods, and set in motion events that would lead to the bloodiest civil war humanity had ever seen. Now back on the vengeful spirit, Erebus recommended
The
bringing
most
Horus
hated
to the
man
Temple
in
of
all
the
of
Serpent
40k.
Lodge.
Somebody destroy him.
Wait. So he killed Horus. Who is he? Like, is he just some random dude? He didn't poison Horus. He gave the guy a knife to stab it. Horus got stabbed and now he's in a coma. He's part of another Space Marine Legion. Okay, wait. He's not one of the clones, right? He's just is he a Space Marine? Okay, he's a Space Marine. Okay. I love how you guys are all saying contradicting things. I love this for my poor little brain. I know that somebody in YouTube's gonna correct all my questions. I'll be getting comments be like, actually, Camellia, your chat is dumb. You guys have to defend yourself in the comments.
A place on Davin, where they could use sorcery to heal him. Now this was a diabolic place that was linked to the ruinous powers of the Chaos Gods, a fact that was unknown to the Luna Wolves at the time. Many of the Marines were against this, but they didn't really see any other options. So in desperation, they agreed to try what Erebus wanted. And it was here in the temple that Horus was put into a dreamlike fugue state. And in this dream, he would be manipulated by the Chaos Gods and the astral spirit of Erebus into turning against the Emperor. He was shown visions of the future, of the galaxy in flames, of a human imperium that worshipped the Emperor as a god. Humanity had descended into a new dark age, and the Emperor didn't care about humanity. He had just been using them this entire time in order to obtain godhood. Now during this, the astral—
But wait. Why would the Chaos Gods show Erebus this future and then tell him, oh my god, there's another rain, and then tell him that that's all that Keanu cares about? Fear? I mean, I know it's fear, but like, what is the Chaos God's objective? Like, why? Like, why are they doing all this? Why? Why do they care about hair? Like, I mean, it's... So they fear the god of Empire. Are they scared that Keanu's gonna murder them? Is that what they're scared of? They're scared that Keanu's gonna come and stop them? Yes? Okay. Simple answer. See, guys? See, if I ask the right questions at the right time in the right order, I get simple answers.
astral spirit of Magnus, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns Legion, appeared before Horus and tried to prevent what was happening. But unfortunately, he was ultimately unsuccessful, and the corruption had taken root in Horus's heart. When Horus finally awoke, he had been healed and his allegiance had changed. He set about orchestrating the downfall of the Imperium. Now, seven of the other—
Horus! Oh, poor Horus. What an arc. Horus has had a crazy arc.
Primarchs: Lorgar of the Wordbearers, Mortarion of the Death Guard, Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, Portorabo of the Iron Warriors, Angron of the World Eaters, Alfarius of the Alpha Legion, and Conrad Kurz of the Night Lords would join with Horus and pledge their allegiance to his cause.
Wait, so like some of the clones also joined Horus? They were like, so the clones split up into factions of with Horus and without Horus?
Magnus the Red deserved a lot better. That poor man deserved a second chance.
Infinity, I have no idea what you're talking about. They split down the middle. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm just confirming that I'm following along.
Now, each of the traitor Primarchs realized that not all of their Space Marines would end up following them after their heresy had been revealed, and thus it was determined which of the Marines were likely to remain loyal and which ones would side with their Primarch. With the Loyalists identified, the traitor legions would end up purging an enormous amount of their own men. This would take place on the world of Istvan III, when the Marines that were selected for purging were sent down to the planet's surface to fight against the Xeno species that had claimed it. The mission was basically bogus, and the real reason they had been sent down was the traitors in orbit planned on wiping them out all in one fell swoop. They would then inevitably virus bomb the planet, And any Marines that were not killed by the virus bombing were then set ablaze as the gas clouds were ignited and a
But if all the space marines, if all the space marines are just like created humans, they're not like real humans, they're like crafted humans, right? If all the space marines are crafted humans, why would some of them not follow their leaders? Like, why would some of them be like, yeah, no, thank you, and others would be like, yes? Like, why? I mean, they're all clones. Don't clones just follow each other? No, the Space Marines are not real humans. He said that the Space Marines were made. They're made humans. They're special humans. They're like crafted humans. Or humans that are genetically upgraded. Okay, because like, you know, the War Thunder guys. The War Thunder guys were also crafted, but they were genetically inferior. Remember? And then I'm trying to follow along. He simplified it. Okay. Because it seemed like they were crafted humans. But they were modified humans. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, does that mean the War Thunder guys were also modified humans? Or were they crafted humans?
A massive wall of fire spread out in every direction, incinerating everything on the planet's surface. Now, there would be a couple of survivors here, such as Gavriel Loken, a Luna Wolf and one of the 4 members of the Mournival, but his story deserves its own video. With the Loyalists purged from their own legions, the traitors would move on to Istvan V, and the events there would later be known as the Drop Site Massacre. The traitors would end up calling for aid from many of the other Loyalist legions, specifically the legions that they felt they wouldn't be able to turn, no matter how convincing their argument. These included the legions and primarchs of the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard. The combined forces of the traitor legions would open fire on their own brothers here and slaughter them to a man. The Primarch Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands was killed by Fulgrim during this battle, but the Primarchs of the other 2 legions, Vulcan of the Salamanders and Korax of the Raven Guards, would ultimately live on. However, their legions were reduced to a mere fraction of what they once were. The Raven Guard, for example, were said to originally have 80,000 Space Marines, but after
Also, the Raven Guards look really cool too. I don't know. Maybe I'm maybe I'm just biased because I like ravens. Okay, so if the barbarian from barbarian tribes on Earth, why were there barbarian tribes on Earth? Did they just kidnap them? Was it consensual upgrading, or was it non-consensual upgrading?
After the Drop Site Massacre, that had been reduced to 5,000. Shortly after these events and halfway across the galaxy, Magnus of the Thousand Suns would seek to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal. He did this by astral projecting all the way to Terra. He felt like sending a message the old-fashioned way wouldn't get there in time, or worse, could have been intercepted by the traitors. And shortly before this, all psychic powers had been—
Oh, guys, does he not look very similar to Radon? He and Radon could be like brothers, honestly. You think Radon was inspired off of him?
banned at the Council of Nicaea, so in attempting to warn the Emperor, he was directly going against his orders. But Magnus was doing what he felt he had to. Unfortunately, he would end up being manipulated by the Chaos God of Treachery, Tzeentch, and ended up destroying a psychic barrier around—
There's ads happening. We're gonna be pausing the video. Don't worry, guys. We're pausing the video. You will not be missing out on the lore. You will not. I promise you. I'll promise you. You will not be missing out on the lore. I'm gonna go pee. I haven't gone pee yet, and we've been streaming for 2 hours, so this is my first pee. Let's go pee. I'll be right back, guys. I promise. I promise. Maybe I'll just like leave you guys for like a few hours. I'm kidding. I'm gonna go pee. BRB! Oh my god, T, thank you for gifting a sub to Ice. That was so sweet of you. She knows. She knows what? What do I know? What do I know? Take your time. Welcome back from the ads, guys. I hope it wasn't a bad one. You know what? I'm gonna have to get a scatter emote with you guys on it. I need to get you guys a scatter emote. Shh. She'll never know. I know. I always know. I know everything, guys. I know everything. Are we ready to go back? You know what, guys? We actually only have 10 more minutes left of the video. That's incredible. We're almost done. Wow, and I learned nothing. Well, I learned some stuff. The question is, how much will I retain? I don't know.
Around the soul system that the Emperor had placed to keep the forces of chaos at bay. Magnus's astral form burst into the throne room, unaware of what he was doing, and hordes of demons followed him in. The webway.
Oh, what we're gonna do is another poll, Jackal, afterwards, so you guys can vote on what's next, because there was a tie between Silent Hill and Bloodborne, so we'll make another poll.
The project was destroyed, and the Emperor ordered the Space Wolves and Leman Russ to bring Magnus in and answer for his crimes. However, the message was intercepted by Horus, who changed the order to kill Magnus and the Thousand Sons, and burn their world of Prospero. The Space Wolves followed their orders and decimated the planet. In a desperate attempt to save his legion, Magnus made a pact with Tzeentch, who warped him and his surviving sons off of Prospero and to the planet of the Sorcerers, a world deep within the Eye of Terror. Later, Magnus would pledge loyalty to Horus, not out of some form of malice like his brothers, but because he had directly been betrayed by the Imperium. The War Master would lead a horrifically violent crusade against the Imperium, working ever closer towards Terra and the Imperial Palace. Eventually, the traitors would siege Terra. Horus had been infused with the power of all of the Chaos Gods, and in a great climactic final battle, would engage the Emperor in combat. Still seeing the good in his son, the Emperor would end up holding back, not unleashing his full power, hoping desperately that Horus could still be saved and redeemed. In this moment of weakness, Horus managed to land a mortal wound on the Emperor, and with that, the Emperor realized that there was no saving his son, that he had been completely lost to him. So the Emperor unleashed his full power and obliterated Horus so completely that not even his soul survived. Now, in order to keep the Emperor alive,
I was expecting the Emperor to die, but Kiana swooped in and was all like, I will damn you. I will destroy every bit of you. I will destroy your soul. Wah, 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 wah.
Astronomicon was quickly converted into a makeshift life support system. The Emperor's psychic might would be used to power it, and the machine would keep him from truly dying. And here the Emperor would remain for the next 10,000 years. His physical body little more than a decaying corpse. Well, his spiritual body was free to roam the warp, and by all accounts, has been growing stronger ever since. Now, one of the greatest ironies of 40k is that since the Emperor is a perpetual, if he was to physically die, he would be reborn. This is a fact that the other members of the Imperium are not aware of. So over the last 10,000 years—
Wait. Is the Emperor the Avatar spirit? Wait, is the Emperor the Avatar?
They've been doing everything they can to keep him alive. But if he had just been allowed to die, he would have come back. The traitor legions would be pushed back from Terra. With the War Master dead, their siege had failed. And in the period of time leading up to the 31st millennium, an event known as the Scouring would take place, where all of the traitor legions were hunted down and forced into exile within the Eye of Terror. After the heresy had fully concluded, the Imperium was left to put all of the pieces back together. The Emperor was gone, the traitor legions had been pushed back, and a period of rebuilding took place. In order to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again, a council of representatives known as the High Lords of Terra were implemented to rule in the Emperor's place, each coming from a different background and having different goals and objectives rather than the Imperium being ruled by a single individual. Now, that being said, they were also supposed to quote-unquote interpret the Emperor's will. Additionally, Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, would propose that the Space Marine legions be broken up into chapters, each of which containing no more than 1,000 members. The idea was that if treachery on this scale had happened once before, then it could inevitably happen again. And
I guess keep the factions smaller so that there's less like strength, so they can't like go against each other as easily. That makes sense.
no single man should have the power of an entire Space Marine legion at his disposal. Many of the Primarchs did not agree with this, namely Vulcan of the Salamanders, whose legion had been reduced to just a mere fraction of its original power, or Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fist, who viewed this action as a further weakening of the Legion's strength after they had just concluded the bloodiest civil war in their history. Regardless of how they felt, the book that Guilliman had penned that outlined how all of the chapters should be organized, known as the Codex Astartes, was eventually implemented, and all of the legions were broken up.
The 10,000 years between the Horus Heresy and the 41st millennium is where the bulk of 40k lore takes place. This is where the majority of the books are set. And you could make the argument that all of these events are definitely important, but they're not critical to understanding the framework of the entirety that is 40k. But there are a few details that I feel like you need to understand. The first and most major is that during this time period, we see all of the Primarchs inevitably end up disappearing. And all for various reasons. Leman Russ dives into the warp, headed off after the traitors. Corvus Corax disappears in shame after he tried to rebuild his legion by cutting corners. And inevitably accidentally made a whole bunch of Raven Guard abominations.
Oh.
And Guilliman was mortally wounded by his brother Fulgrim, and subsequently put in stasis. So it's kind of mirroring what happened with his father. In the span of this 10,000 years, we'll also see the Damocles Crusade, where the Tower introduced to the storyline. First contact with the Tyranids also occurs here. Oh yeah, and the alarm clock for the Necrons ends up going off, and all their tomb worlds start coming back online. But we're jumping ahead to the 13th Black Crusade, because this is where the timeline finally started moving forward.
When we find ourselves in the 41st millennium, the events of the Horus Heresy have slipped into legend. Most people alive during this time have no idea what transpired back then. Whether
That's crazy, because this takes place over like millenniums, right? And they don't even know. The only people that know are the people that were there, that are the clones, right? Because everybody has died and lived, and new people were born to replace those people that died.
be because of the intentional purging of specific documents, a covering up of the truth, or just that it happened so long ago that they don't remember. This isn't true of the Space Marines. They remember it all too well. But whereas most of the Loyalist Marines that are alive in the 41st millennium know of these events because of the records kept by their chapter, however, when it comes to the traitor Marines that exist in the Eye of Terror, time flows differently there. And most of those Marines were the very same individuals that participated in the Horus Heresy, so they remember those events because they were actually there. Now, the Eye of Terror was a pretty terrible place to live. There really weren't a lot of resources, and the traitor legions were far from united, each one of them fracturing off into a bunch of different warbands, led by various powerful warlords that were pretty much just pursuing their own interests. In fact, at this point, Chaos fought amongst itself more than it ever fought against the Imperium or Xenos. Now, one of these Space Marines in particular was named Abaddon, and he had been the first captain of the Luna Wolves and one of the 4 members of Horus's Mournival during the Horus Heresy. Abaddon sought to unite the traitors and would end up reforming his legion, drawing members from all of the various Chaos warbands. This legion would be called the Black Legion. Over the several thousand years that passed between the Horus Heresy and the 41st millennium, Abaddon, or an appointed representative, would lead what were known as the Black Crusades.
Abaddon is just like a Space Marine guy that decided to be like to be like a commander of a Space Marine, right? He's not one of the clones, right? Yeah, okay.
Incursions out of the Eye of Terror back into real space to attack various Imperial worlds. Now, for the longest time, it looked like the traitors just weren't really very good at conquering, as every single crusade ultimately failed to bring about the complete collapse of the Imperium. However, it was revealed in the last few years that each one of these crusades had a much smaller objective, that Chaos was actually playing the long game. The very first of these Black Crusades would take place in the 31st millennium, about 500 years after the Scouring. Now, in response to these raids, the Imperium would end up fortifying the planet that was right outside of the Eye of Terror, known as Cadia, and it became one of the most fortified positions in the entire Imperium next to Terra itself. For 10,000 years, Cadia stood sentinel right outside of the Eye, ready to punish and push back anything that would try to leave it. However, in the 41st millennium, all of the small victories that Chaos had managed to achieve over the previous 12 crusades would come together in the 13th. This was the period that saw Abaddon's forces assault the Cadian Gate, and in the end, Abaddon ended up sacrificing one of his Blackstone fortresses, an ancient alien spaceship made of the same material the Necrons used back during the War in Heaven to create their pylons. He hurled it at Cadia like an artificial meteor.
Oh, I remember the pylons. It was made out of pylons. Is the pylon material just like really strong material?
Impact being absolutely apocalyptic, and not just for the planet, but for the vast network of Blackstone pylons that had been built under Cadia's surface millions of years ago by the Necrons. You see, Cadia wasn't existing just as a blockade for anything trying to come out of the Eye of Terror, but that system of Blackstone had actually been keeping it from growing. With Cadia destroyed, the Eye began to grow out of control, and would eventually spread all the way across the galaxy.
But where did the eye come from? Why? Why is the eye there? What is the eye?
This was known as the Cicatrix Maledictum, or more commonly as the Great Rift. It split the universe completely in half, and all of the Imperial worlds that were on the opposite side of Terra were suddenly plunged into darkness and were cut off from the rest of the Imperium. To say this was a massive victory for the forces of chaos is a gross understatement. This was single-handedly one of the most devastating events in the entire history of the galaxy. And after the forming of the Great Rift is the time period we currently find ourselves in the 40k timeline. Recent events have seen the resurrection of Guilliman, who's come back to lead the Imperium, and is pretty horrified by what he's seeing, as it's been completely dominated by superstition and religion, where they worship his father as a god even though thousands—
Oh no, even though thousands of years ago he didn't want to be worshipped as a god. The truth has happened. The truth has come to be. See guys, the future that he was trying to scare, the chaos gods are trying to scare like that Erebus with, the future that they were trying to scare him with is like, it was his actions that made the future happen. It was a fucking decoy.
Thousands of years ago, he specifically told them not to. During this time, we would also see the rise of the Primaris Marines and the induction of Guilliman's Indomitus Crusade, which sought to reunite the worlds on the other side of the Great Rift. But these are all topics that we'll dive in more in future videos.
And that's it. That's everything that I feel like you need to understand about 40k in order to understand the storyline. And the things that I chose to leave out, it's not that they're not important. It's just that things like the Age of Strife and the 13th Black Crusade end up being a lot more important than something like the Damocles Crusade. You could read 100 of the 40k novels and never touch anything.
100 novels? Hi, Taka, you're not new here.
In the War of the Beast or the War for Armageddon, and you probably wouldn't be too confused. But if you don't know what an STC is, or know what the Age of Strife was, you're probably gonna get pretty confused because these things tend to come up a lot. But what do you guys think? Do you feel strongly that an event that I left out should have been mentioned in this video? If so, let me know down in the comments what it is and why you feel so strongly about it. And a lot of YouTubers at the end of their video tell you to like and subscribe, which if you wanna do that, it's super appreciated. But more importantly, go down to my comment section and leave a like on all the people that are leaving valuable information that you think are important for newcomers. I know I personally tend to learn more about 40k lore from my comment section than anywhere else on the internet. So let's turn this comment section into a valuable resource for new players. And if you like this content and you want to help me make more in the future, I do have a Patreon listed down in my description. It's because of the support from people like you on Patreon that I was able to invest in an entire podcast setup. I'm gonna make an announcement.
Dude has a podcast. But wait, so this was the start. Now what video do I need to watch next to continue into the lore? Because I feel like there's so much still not known to me. Like all of them. But yeah, what order? See, I need a flow chart of order. Because if I watch in the wrong order, the chaotic order, then it's just like, if you guys have any recommendations, feel free to post them on the Discord so that I know which ones to watch. The factions? The factions one does sound like a good idea. Let's remove it from my playlist. And then I will get a mod to do a poll. Do I have a mod who can do a poll? My best advice is to pick what and who you want to learn about because it's so much. I guess I'll have to look through his videos. If you guys have any other Warhammer content creator recommendations, again, you can post them on the Discord. Let's move over here quickly. You can make it Dracobo? Perfect. So the options are the same stuff as it was previously, just minus Warhammer and add Dark Souls 1. So what lore video?
Warriors were grown men surgically modified and genetically mod.
Sapling with exclamation point say is gonna say less stuff, Chaos Hunter. So if you wanted her to say more stuff, you can use the TTS channel point redeem. That's partially why they were so unstable. They were literally at hot housing. See, I would like to watch a Thunder Warrior video because I'm curious about that. So the options were, Dracoba, to repeat them: Silent Hill 2 lore, Bloodborne lore, Elden Ring lore, Helldivers 2 lore, and Dark Souls 1. Did I say that? Yes. Guys, it only took us 2 hours to watch a 1 hour video. How did I talk so much? Okay, guys, the next poll's up. The next poll's up. Look up. Choose what lore you want to watch next. And yo, you guys kept distracting me. I wonder when I edit it down how long it'll end up being, you know, because I cut out you guys' distractions. And the ads, of course, because there's at least 6 minutes of ads in there. It still doesn't explain so much talking. I do talk a lot. But to be honest, if I don't ask questions, then like, how am I supposed to learn, right? Oh, and there was a hype train break. That too. That was like right at the beginning. Yeah, of course, Lombax. Go do your thing. You gotta do your thing. It's important. Do your thing. Hope you have a lovely rest of your night. Everybody do your thing. Don't forget to vote on what you want to see next. ADHD will have that effect? Yeah. I did go on a tangent about Chernobyl and then how to pronounce Chernobyl. Yeah, Keanu Reeves, Radon, and Ken. Don't forget Chernobyl. And then Dune, the whole Dune thing. So the reason I wanted to clarify the Dune stuff, guys, because I'm curious how it's all like inspired off of each other, you know what I mean? And I like to know what inspires itself off of each other. If that makes sense. Like I like to know where the origin comes from of the things. Because it's like when I'm learning Warhammer lore, I feel like so much of it reminds me of other stuff. I've only seen the first Dune movie, and the first Dune movie from the remake of Dune movies, the Timothée Chalamet Dune movie, I didn't like it. But maybe it's better in the second one. Maybe I need to watch the second Dune movie. Don't forget to vote in the poll. If you didn't have a chance to vote in the poll, please go vote in the poll so you can choose what we're gonna do next. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner. I need to decide what I want to have for dinner. It kind of is a chain of inspiration, but not quite a chain. It's more like, because like inspiration doesn't come from one source, right? So if Dune had ideas, there's certain things they're gonna take from Dune, certain things they might take from like other sources, right? So it's not like, but I like to know the timeline to know who came up with it first, you know what I mean? Who was the original inspiration, at least somewhat, right? Like how certain stories will continuously be inspired by other stories and things like that, right? Playing VR with you in the background sounds now I'm sweating, need a shower. What kind of VR game were you playing that you're sweating? Were you playing Beat Saber? It looks like Bloodborne is winning, guys. So if you don't want Bloodborne, if you want Silent Hill, we are only 2 votes away from Silent Hill winning. Simpsons did it first! Simpsons is not as old as Dune. I'll say part of the reason 40k feels so much like Dune is that Dune is partially inspired by feudism. Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like a lot of these stories are also inspired off of like political views and wars and stuff like that, right? So they're all gonna feel the same. It was actually Hitler that did it first, guys. No, Blade and Sorcerer Crystal Hunter War? I've never heard of that game. But I'm glad you're having a good time. I mean, getting a good sweat going is good for you. Yes! I need to play Space Marine 2. Wait, Space Marine 2 has co-op. It's like cooperative, right? Up to how many players can play it? No, he definitely didn't do it first. There was wars and dictatorships and all that stuff way before that, but it was just a joke. It was a silly little joke. Up to 3? Okay, Who do I want to be in my faction? But now you feel icky. You just gotta have a shower. Game Workshop isn't... In spite of being highly intuitive, their IP stole a lot of ideas, concepts from across fictions. That's what I was saying. Whoa, Silent Hill came in and took the crutch. What happened? I don't know why so few people are voting. They're just here for whatever happens. It happens. Time to watch another 2-hour-long video. Yeah, co-op playthrough. That's what I was thinking. Never really played any video games, so I don't have any skin in the race. That's fair. That's fair. Bloodborne's really good. If you like Souls-like games... Wait, you've never played any of them? Ka, have you never played Elden Ring? Like, Elden Ring is the game I would recommend everybody play. Unless it's not your type of game. Like, no, I still tell people to play Elden Ring. You demand a recount? I know, it sucks. It sucks because these lore videos are so long, so we can't do as many. But don't worry, guys. I'll do another lore day as well. Ice, you gotta play it. It's so good. It's really fun. More of a strategy game. Interesting, interesting. Elden Ring has strategy. Elden Ring has a lot of strategy. And it has a map. It has a map. Let's move over here. We gotta get back. We gotta get into our next video. So this one's on a channel called Deep Dives. So there's multiple different ones. This was the first one. It's Deep Dive 001. So I'm assuming it's gonna be the first one. Do I develop provinces to provide production and manpower? No, you do not control armies, but you can create an army of one and maybe some wolves. You can control, you can have some wolf army. You can have a wolf army and you can have a really cool sword. And you can fight a really pretty lady that's gonna kick your ass. Okay. We are watching Deep Dive 001, Silent Hill 2, Story Explained / Analyzed. Which is a whole lot of fun! Get impaled by a pike on Millennia! Yeah! Warning, the following videos cover many traumatic themes, including but not limited to SA, PTSD, depression, self-harm, and body dysmorphia. Some viewers may find this material harmful, disturbing, and traumatizing. Viewers' discretion be advised. We were just watching war video. I have watched some SCP videos, Ice. My favorite SCP so far is the Infinite IKEA. Now, this video here, which was the best lore video that I could find, is based off the old one. So it doesn't have the new stuff in it because it's a few years old. But we're just gonna deal with that. It's still relevant. But what's going to be really fun is I didn't get to see the original game. I've only seen the new one, right? This is the part at the beginning of the game. I never got to see it. So now we get to see parts that I can, and now I'll be able to see the comparison of the new game to the old game. It'll be fun. Also, hi, Tater Tot!
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
That dialogue is an excerpt from Mary's letter, an important item received at the very beginning of Silent Hill 2. It's worth noting that Monica Taylor Horgan, the actress that played Mary, cried after narrating that letter. I mean, I cried like a baby after she read the letter myself. It's powerful, poignant, and can affect the outcome of the game depending on what you do with it.
Yes, so I I got the good ending in Silent Hill 2 remake because if you look at the letter a bunch, for those who don't know, spoilers alert. I mean, this whole thing is spoilers alert. If you open up the letter multiple times, you look at the letter, you can get the good ending. It's very important. And also, don't hurt yourself too much.
My name is Nick, this is Deep Dives, and welcome to the world of Silent Hill 2.
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made.
I'm sorry, the good ending, yes. I'm sorry, the old dialogue is so cringy. It's so funny. Were you saying something, Damon?
That's not the only requirement. There are a lot of other things.
There's a lot of other requirements, but yeah, that's one of the important requirements. Because he was talking about how the letter could change your story, like that. That's what I said. Don't hurt yourself. Look at that. It's the dialogue. The dialogue.
I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that?
How do you know about that?
Aren't you Maria?
Welcome to the first in a series of videos where I'll be taking an extended look right inside the bowels of various video games, talking about facts, figures, some of the more obscure stuff behind the scenes, and anything I think might be interesting. For Silent Hill 2 in particular, I have to warn you that during this video we will be exploring some difficult subjects, especially in regards to the different characters James plays.
I don't load fast anymore. This model is so slow to load.
His journey through Silent Hill and how each of their own traumas are explored. Now, I could talk about Silent Hill 2 for days, but we don't have days, so I'll be going into as much detail as I can for each segment. With that in mind, let's venture into Silent Hill.
Characters, plots, and symbolism.
Silent Hill 2 is not a direct sequel to the first game. It does, however, take place in the same town.
Yes, so I do know that. I know that the first game is a sequel to it's a prequel to the third game. So it goes first, then 2 is independent, and then 3 continues off the story of 1. But it's just like Silent Hills is just an existing space. Hi, Duolingo. Oh my god. I mean, I Google on my iPhone.
Take on the role of James Sunderland, who decided to take a stroll into Silent Hill after receiving a letter from his dead wife, saying she was waiting there for him. Along the way, you meet a variety of interesting characters,
Womp womp.
including Maria, who bears an eerie resemblance to James's late wife. That not ring any alarm bells for you, James? No?
I've seen the movies. I've seen both Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 movies. I've seen them both. Yeah, I know, that's exactly what I was saying, Dave Fishy. I don't know any James, there's only Ethan.
Okay, moving on. James clearly didn't get the memo, but the town of Silent Hill tends to mould itself based on the visitors it receives, like some evil demonic entity that wants to torture people for the mistakes they may or may not have made, but more on that later. Throughout his journey through Silent Hill, James meets a bunch of interesting characters while trying to dodge the dangerous denizens that Silent Hill seems intent on throwing his way. As he makes his way towards the end, James discovers, spoiler alert, that his wife is indeed dead and he actually offed her. Bastard!
I love how he describes that. Like, that's not exactly what happened. I mean, it is what happened, but it was kind of like, it was like a pity killing.
The town had summoned him there with a view for him to atone for his sins and come to the realisation of what he had done. There is of course more to this, explained by the complex layers of each character, monster and location throughout the game. Firstly, let's get a little background perspective on the town of Silent Hill itself.
This is the part that I'm very interested in. I don't know, like, I understood the story that was happening. Like, the story when I was playing the game was very straightforward, very understandable, very, like, I got it. Like, I get you. I get what you're saying, you know what I mean? But I don't know the story of the town, right? We don't really know that, especially because I've never played the first one, and I'm not going to play the first one unless they remake it. Because, like, have you guys looked at these graphics? Have you looked at the jank? Have you seen the jank?
Silent Hill has been around for some time. 4 centuries, in fact. Native Americans settled there first, attracted to the area because of its supernatural energies and other strange occurrences.
Oh.
It was seen as a holy place to them. They settled here for some time before colonists arrived and slaughtered them all, turning the place into a burial ground. This mass occurrence of death would be followed by more death!
Always!
In the form of a plague that would take the colonists, further adding to the power that Silent Hill contained, twisting it slowly into something else. Another epidemic or two later, and a couple of centuries, Silent Hill's power had distortedly grown to great proportions. A terrible cult sprang up called the Order.
This is from the second movie! This is from the second movie. I don't see Kit Harington. Oh, there he is. He's right here, guys. He's on the ground, all sexily on his knees over here on the ground. That's Kit Harington.
Whose prime goal was to bring about the end of the world and then get all their followers to paradise. One of their most heinous acts was by Dahlia Gillespie, who believed that if she set her child on fire, she could summon her god into this world. It was that event that triggered Silent Hill's full-blown powers and began calling to people with darkness in their hearts. Letter from dead wife.
Oh, they were calling people with darkness in their hearts. I guess his darkness from, like, murdering his wife.
It's not real! For people that are brought to Silent Hill, well, firstly, you're trapped.
We know the letter's not real because when you get the good ending, you open up the letter and you keep looking at the letter multiple times. It slowly reveals that it's just a plain piece of paper and there was no letter at all. And then eventually just disappears from your inventory completely.
Until your baggage is resolved, so get over it. Secondly, it takes the form of 3 flavours.
Ooh,
Number
spicy.
1, the real world. Everything is normal and fine. People are still roaming around like there's nothing wrong. Can't you see all the monsters? Number 2, the fog world. Almost like a dreamlike state, the fog world is as it sounds, coated in a thick layer of fog. If you are here, then I have some bad news for you. You are trapped. Roads out.
Wait. Does that mean that Silent Hill exists and that there's people living in it while all this shit is happening? Like, there's just people living there that they're just like living life and going to bars and going to coffee shops and outside the fog?
Of Silent Hill will be blocked. Monsters will roam free and the town will be seemingly deserted. Originally designed to help with graphical limitations, there have been many interpretations as to why the fog exists in-game. The fog is different for each person. In the case of James Sunderland, it's a fog of the mind, and when he transitions to the other world, the fog clears and things get scary as he faces the truth. Number 3, the other world. Bloody hell, get out of there.
The upside
The other
down.
world is terrible. Once that fog has been peeled back, you are left with the harshest of truths. You are in a living hell, a hell created by your own psyche, making it different for everyone. It's worth noting here that the other world is where the Order believes their god resides. Funny that.
Interesting. Like, but what created the other world, I wonder?
We will explore each character's version of the other world later, but for now all you need to know is that it's generally a dark, hellish place, usually made up of rusted and blood-stained surroundings, barbed-wired fence walls, and fleshy viscera, which all in all make for not a very nice place to be in. Now, onto the characters.
I know I'm asking all these questions and he's most likely going to answer these. I'm just asking them preemptively so we can have those thoughts in our head.
You can see why James Sunderland was called to Silent Hill. He did a terrible thing. He killed his wife, and Silent Hill has called to him as it has also called to others. One of the first characters you meet is Angela Orozco, a 19-year-old runaway who has come to Silent Hill in search of a missing mother. Of course, she is not there. Silent Hill has summoned Angela to the town to deal with her inner darkness. James initially encounters
Angela in the original looks like a 45-year-old lady. She looks like a 45-year-old divorced lady.
Angela Orozco, played by Donna Burke in the original cut, in a graveyard on the way into town, and she explains that she's come to Silent Hill to find her mother who has gone missing.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her.
Angela is a very shy character who tends to stumble over her words quite frequently during their initial encounter. This, accompanied by her introverted nature, sadly leads to the crux of her story, one of sexual abuse and mental health issues. When they meet again later at the Blue Creek Apartments, the first signs of her horrific past begin to manifest as we see...
But you can't tell me that she doesn't look really old, guys. Like, I don't know. I know it graphic limitations, but she looks very, very old.
Angela lying on the floor of room 109, staring at a knife while contemplating suicide, having seemingly lost all hope.
I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
The first signs of Angela's depression become apparent here, with her tone shifting and mentioning that both her and James deserve whatever is happening to them. It is said that people with depression are more likely to experience bouts of fatigue, and the way Angela is speaking during this scene is another big indicator. Sadly, many would dismiss that behaviour as her just being out of it. After talking Angela down, he reminds her that he came to Silent Hill to look for Mary. This time, however, he mentions that Mary is dead, and Angela becomes more uncomfortable than she already was.
She's dead? I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself.
I'm sorry, guys. It's just the old PS2 graphics and the cringy dialogue. It's funny. It's funny.
Besides, I'd just slow you down.
Her distrust of James visibly grows during this moment, building on her previous uncertainty, most likely due to his gender. Her distrust of James also serves as some foreshadowing for later in the game as we discover the fate of Mary. Finally, James asks Angela about the knife, who offers it to James, knowing she might do something bad with it.
The weirdest part about the scene with the knife too, right guys, is the knife has blood on it. Like, whose blood is it?
As James goes to take it, however, Angela has an adverse reaction to his advance. This would seem to be a mixture of her past and also her slight distrust of James coming into play here as we slowly build an overall picture of what happened to her. Another piece of key information is discovered about Angela during the labyrinth in the form of a bloody newspaper article telling of the murder of Thomas Roscoe, a lumberjack found dead with multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Oh.
Shortly after, Angela's voice is heard screaming.
Wait, did she kill her father?
From another room in one of the darkest scenes in the game. When you rush to Angela's aid, James discovered she is being attacked by a monster which can only be described as two entangled bodies lying on the frame of a bed covered in rotting skin. It would seem the bodies have been fused together and are having sexual intercourse. It's a terrifying
Supposed to be funny, guys, but the way he just said sexual intercourse, it's like, yes, we understand, we get it, we know what is happening. You don't have to say it like that.
Sight, and all Angela can do is sit in the corner, traumatized. In this moment, we are in Angela's version of the other world. It's extremely on the nose, but the room, depicting Angela's own personal hell, is flesh-covered walls with pistons thrusting in and out of the holes in the wall.
I don't remember that being in the remake, the pistons in the walls. I don't remember seeing that. Maybe I was so distracted trying to destroy the weird painting dude.
Mimicking sex. The creature is Angela's father, or at least that's how her mind manifests him. All James can see is the horrendous monstrosity before him. This whole room and boss fight is...
That boss fight looks so janky. Hi, Snowfall! Welcome in. Hello.
Meant to represent Angela's rape at the hands of her father, and is very uncomfortable to see him play through. The novelization further expands on this, saying that the brother was involved also in her abuse.
Wait, there's a novel? But also, what? That's horrible!
It's easy to see why Angela attacks the monster after James defeats it. Years of pent-up anger is easily unleashed. Angela, however, is not violent by nature and immediately starts to sob and retch afterward with overwhelming mixed emotions. James tries to console her, but Angela screams and tells him to stay away. She then verbally attacks James, questioning him on what happened with his wife.
You said you...
There is so much that improved with the remake. I'm so glad they made a remake because I would have probably never played a Silent Hill game if they did make the remake. Because like I would get so frustrated with the janky controls that I would just rage quit.
Wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
That's so exciting, Snow! I hope you're feeling good and positive about everything. That's so exciting.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
He implies that she died from an illness, but Angela can see right through him, calling him a liar. It's as if that the death of the monster brings her some relief and closure to the trauma, lifting the veil ever so slightly, but not completely, just enough that she is able to call James out on his lie. Despite the atrocities her father committed, it's clear that Angela still feels very guilty over killing him. It's something she can never seemingly escape from, and is evident in her final encounter with James. At the Lakeview Hotel, James once again finds Angela, this time on a burning staircase. Here, Angela is seen standing between two skinned, blood-stained bodies representing her father and brother. Remember, everyone's Silent Hill otherworld is different, and James has entered Angela's once again.
Mama, why are you running away?
I'm very curious about what the Silent Hill game that's supposed to take place in Japan is going to be about. Is it because like Silent Hill is a place, right? Is it going to be another place that's somehow corrupted by the other side? Is it a second Silent Hill?
You're not my mama.
In her delirious state, she sees James as her mother initially before realizing her mistake. She tells James that she shouldn't have been saved and deserves everything that's happened to her.
Oh, I wish she could have had a positive ending, an option to save Angela. Like, but also what happened to Angela's mother?
Which is unfortunately very common in people with depression and PTSD.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
She softens and asks James if he will look after her, but James, full of his own sin and burdens, is unable.
How does that happen, Jacobo? Because like the reason Silent Hill is the way it is because it was like a spiritual place that got all this evil and sadness and darkness and corruption into it, that it got this power to reach to the other side.
Able to respond in kind and looks dejectedly at the floor in shame. This is enough to drive Angela over the edge. She asks for a knife back, and when James refuses, walks up the burning staircase into the heat of the fire. James comments that
it's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
In all their previous encounters, James has never seen the fire that surrounds her. But now he's witnessed her trauma, he realises that it's always been there for her.
I wonder about that too, Noob Fishy.
It's a popular theory that the fire represents Angela's guilt from killing her father. Another is that her life is a living hell. This has never been confirmed and is left down to player interpretation.
Is this Dark Souls? I know, right? So many stories like to be very, very depressing.
Angela's tale is a heartbreaking one and will sadly be relatable to many. More of her backstory is fleshed out in the novelization, but the key thing here is that Angela never spoke to anybody about her abuse.
Aww.
Keeping these feelings within her ultimately drove her to kill her father, and although her circumstances were different to James, their trauma called both of them to Silent Hill in the first place. On James's journey through the apartment section of the game, he encounters two characters, one of which is Eddie Dombrowski. Like Angela, Eddie has been summoned to Silent Hill for reasons initially unknown. During their first encounter, James finds
Eddie's story seems the most confusing to me out of anybody's story, because it just seems like he was like bullied and then he became an aggressor. I know about the part where he kills a dog, but you know what I mean? Like his story seems the most vague. I wonder if there's more to it that we'll learn right now.
Eddie vomiting in a toilet in one of the rooms. This is shortly after James discovers a corpse stuffed in a fridge, causing Eddie to profusely claim his innocence.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
You would be forgiven for missing subtle details.
Oh, so Dracobo, she was playing this like series that's like this new Silent Hill. It was like a mini like little game demo thingy that is supposed to connect to the new Silent Hill that's coming out. So maybe they're changing the lore in that. I haven't got a chance to play that. I can't remember what it's called. I'm interested in playing it. I'll have to look up the short message. Yeah. I have to look that up. I haven't got a chance to play it. Hi, Sam Super.
Details here, but why would Eddie jump straight to the defensive? Something is not right here. It's also worth noting that he is throwing up most likely because he had just previously seen the corpse. Could it be that he had been accused of killing before? We'll find out more shortly. The next time you find Eddie, he is sat calmly eating pizza at Pete's Bowl-O-Rama.
I want pizza. I want pizza.
Having a conversation with another new character, Laura, but more on her later.
Ha! You're just a gutless fatso.
Oh, Laura!
What do you have to say that for?
During their brief exchange, Laura calls Eddie a gutless.
So they cut this scene out in the remake. You can go into the bowling alley and there's still pizza. I wonder if they cut this out because it was just kind of rude.
Fatso, yet he doesn't really try to defend himself. She runs away at the sight of James, and when Eddie is questioned by James as to why he won't go after her, he sadly echoes Laura's words.
Said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Another telling scene in which, despite the fact there are monsters roaming around town, Eddie is quite happy to sit eating pizza, as if it was comforting him. His willingness to accept the insults shows Eddie may be used to those unkind words and has lived with it for a long time. The next time James runs into Eddie is in Toluca Prison's cafeteria. Eddie's tone has changed, becoming something slightly more disturbed and sinister.
Killing a person ain't no big deal.
Oh! He's very unhinged in the original. Super unhinged.
Just put the gun to their head.
It would seem that the longer Eddie is in Silent Hill, the more his layers get peeled back, revealing more about the real reason he is there. In this scene, another body is present, and Eddie initially is happy to take responsibility for the unknown man's death, claiming he was making fun of him. After some pushback from James, Eddie very quickly goes back on what he said, saying that the body was already there. It's strange behaviour, almost as if Eddie feels he has something to prove, trying to make himself seem dangerous. When it doesn't work on James, however, Eddie quickly goes back to his previous demeanour.
And then comes up the worst fight in the whole entire game. The worst bullet spongy fight. Like, come on, he's a human. How dare he take 20 bullets to the knees?
Eddie? What are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right.
Sorry, it just came off as like a your mama joke.
Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit.
The seams.
Guys, he's not even that overweight. Like, that's kind of just like, you know, like, dude, you're kind of skinny. You're kind of like mid-sized at most. You're so ugly, your mama tries to return you! No! Welcome in, Dig.
However, are slowly unravelling. During their final encounter, James steps into Eddie's other world. Eddie's cold detachment from reality manifests itself as a meat locker with bodies hanging from the ceiling. It's at this point that Eddie has finally lost it, and there's no getting through to him.
I hate this boss battle so much.
A life of torment at the hands of others has sent Eddie over the edge, to the point where the only way to stop them in his mind is to kill them. He reveals killing the bully's dog and how much he enjoyed it, before also revealing he shot the bully too. It's interesting to note
dog!
that according to Masahiro Ito, Eddie only ever killed a dog. The bodies that appear in these scenes are just illusions.
Oh.
It seems to be for this reason that Eddie denies the fact that he was responsible for the corpses. He's actually telling the truth. So why would he lie?
The director basically confirmed that he only ever killed a dog. I mean, that's pretty bad. Like, who kills a dog? But, like, interesting.
It's not a stretch to surmise that prolonged bullying can make someone take on a different persona. The reality, however, is that Eddie was always afraid and downtrodden. The constant abuse he suffered at the hands of his tormentors caused him to hate himself, and eventually developing coping mechanisms to deal with his suffering. As a result, Eddie's attitude towards himself is consistent with someone suffering with symptoms of body dysmorphic disorder. More subtle evidence of this is hinted at even before you meet Eddie for the first time. Across from the room where James first meets Eddie is a...
That's what I'm saying. That's a horrible experience. That would traumatize you. Funny, it looks like they take turns shooting at each other. It really does. The original game is really janky. But I mean, the same thing happens in the new one. We just take turns shooting, and whoever shoots faster. And Eddie, for some reason, has like a magnum and does like heavy duty damage.
Room full of football posters. One even has physical beauty written on it, a probable reference to themes of body image and body dysmorphia Eddie has developed. The football posters in this room clearly point towards the player that Eddie shot in the knee shortly before killing his dog. During the last scene, everything James says in Eddie's mind is just an insult, despite the fact that James is being kind of reasonable. The two fight in what marks the first non-possessed human enemy of the series. James is forced to kill Eddie, ending his sad tale. Eddie was brought to Silent Hill to confront the growing demons within. The madness of the town, however, ultimately consumed him.
Aww.
We brought her up earlier, but now it's time to talk about Silent Hill 2's most annoying character, Laura, who is an absolute ratbag.
She didn't seem that, like, I remember people saying she's like super annoying, but in the remake she didn't seem that annoying. Like, she was like a child being a silly little child, but like maybe she's more annoying in the original.
James first encounters Laura in the Woodside apartments, setting a nice precedent for what kind of a dick she is. While James is reaching for a key through some nicely placed bars, Laura thinks it's funny to knock the key out of the way and stomp on James's hand. What a little cow. Not long after leaving the apartments, Laura is found innocently humming to herself on a wall, goading James.
You're just $2? No, what do you mean? In the remake she was fine! Also, thank you for the follow. Welcoming. You're now my little sapling. No, what are you talking about? She doesn't even step on his hand in the remake. She just kind of kicks the key. Voice acting original was something. It definitely was something. You know what? When I look at old stuff like this and I see their voice acting, I'm like, wait a minute, guys. I could be a voice actor in the early 2000s.
About the hand stomping incident. She then reveals something that makes her character worth the annoyance.
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Before James can question her further, Laura runs away, which becomes something of a regular occurrence.
Well, she says the exact same thing in the remake, except she says it with a less annoying voice. You know what I mean? She seems a lot like just like, it's none of your business. You didn't even love Mary anyway, you know? A lot better. Also, welcome and thank you for the follow. You're now my little sapling. You think he looks like Henry Cavill? Interesting. I think he looks like Ethan Winters, because that's his name.
He is later seen, as we mentioned before, talking to Eddie at Bowl-O-Rama. A piece of dialogue here reveals that she actually runs away a lot.
If you did something bad, why don't you just say you're sorry?
Yeah, why don't you say you're sorry?
I guess I run away a lot too.
When she sees James again, guess what she does? Runs away. Laura gives off the impression that she doesn't like James too much, but still gives us no clue as to why. This is made even more apparent when later on she locks James in one of the hospital rooms full of monsters. Thanks, Laura, you dick! During the final portion of Silent Hill 2, it's finally confirmed that Laura did indeed know Mary. Laura gives James a letter that reads, "My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter to Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. After he has finished...
What a horrible thing to say to an 8-year-old. If things had changed differently, I would have adopted you. Like, what? That just means like you almost would have had an adoptive parent, but I just died. So, whoops-a-daisy.
Finished reading the letter, he asked Laura this crucial question.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years.
What I don't understand is, this is the thing I hope he answers. Why is Laura only 8 years old? Is Laura not real? And also, because like she died 3 years ago. Like, how is that possible? Or is his memories all foggy?
Years ago.
Earlier, James was adamant that Mary had died 3 years ago. Clearly, this wasn't the case. James's trauma over what he did to Mary had fractured his mind, covering up this fact. It's revealed shortly after what he did to Mary, and Laura...
Okay, so it's confirmed then that it wasn't 3 years ago. He's just in denial.
...does not take it too well. Confirming what was said in the letter, Laura lambasts James, saying he didn't care for Mary, before quietly leaving the room. In most cases, this is the last time you'll see Laura. She is only in one of the game's endings, which will be discussed in more detail later. Otherwise, it's assumed that Laura leaves the town unharmed. She was never there because she was called. She was genuinely a friend to Mary and was there for her near the end. Because she was innocent in all of this, Silent Hill seemed like just a quiet town to her. No danger at all. Instead, she was there looking for her friend, only to be horrifically disappointed in the end.
But how was she able to enter Silent Hill? Like, how was she able to enter the fog area, at least? I don't think she ever entered the full upside down. But how was she able to enter the fog area if she's not corrupt and evil? That's exactly what I'm saying, Dragobo. Also, there's ads, guys. We're gonna pause the video. Don't worry. We will not continue while ads are happening. It was possible 3 years ago, but there was no such child there. See, but one of the ending, Neva, is Mary's, like, Laura's real, I'm pretty sure. It's heavily implied that Laura's real. Like, she's a real person. So, I don't know. We'll find out more. There's still there's a lot of, like, sub-chapters and things like that. There's still a lot to go in. And they'll talk about the different endings and stuff like that, so... There's still a lot of lore left to lore. Paul and Mike Tyson? Oh my god. Oh my god. Getting weird freaking ads. Oh no. Ow, my foot. My foot has been aching, guys. I don't think it's the full-on ligma-toe, but it's the opposite foot has been really aching. I think I don't know. I think I might need new shoes. I don't know. I don't know yet. I can't, no. Because, like, new shoes could make it worse. I don't know. Maybe I just need to walk less, guys. Guys, I just need to be on my feet less. Or maybe my toes just decided that they don't want to be functional anymore. No longer functional toes. But we won't know until we watch more. I'm surprised. One thing I definitely have to say about this video, guys, it's a lot slower than I was expecting. Like, I feel like he could have condensed this story into like a fraction of the video. I don't feel like it needed to be like sometimes I feel like, okay, we get that. Like, I understand if you're trying to explain the lore to somebody that has not played the game, but if you've played the game, most of the stuff is pretty straightforward, besides like some of the like subtle hints and things like that are like out of our reach, you know, like the origin of the place. Like, they don't really talk about that, or things we might have missed, like little messages, like the newspaper article. Because I don't think I found that newspaper article when I played it about Angela killing her father and brother. I think I didn't find that one. What do I want for food? I have to take my antibiotics soon. I'm almost done my antibiotics, which I'm happy about. I think I have today and tomorrow. Yep, 2 more pills. I have to take one tonight and then tomorrow morning, and then I'm done. Welcome back for the ads, guys. Let's continue. I might, when I edit my video, my react video, I might cut out some of this stuff that I feel like is not really needed.
I still don't feel sorry for her. Dick.
Why are you guys so mean to a child?
Let's talk about those pesky creatures that roam the streets of Silent Hill. What I'll be doing is looking at the enemy types and briefly describing why they are there. Everything is there for a reason, meticulously planned from the start.
Yeah, that's kind of important to me. Like, I want to know the understanding of why the monsters look like that. Because they all wear stilettos. Did you guys notice that all the monsters have like stilettos on?
We discussed before, Silent Hill shapes itself based on the person, bringing to light their innermost thoughts, fears, and desires. James has many demons, plenty of food for Silent Hill to feed on. Let's look at the first creature you discover in the game, the Lying Figure.
Creepy!
These creatures appear to be encased in a straitjacket made of flesh. Pretty grim. They scurry across the ground, making horrible high-pitched wailing noises, and seem to love hiding under cars. The lying figure is meant to represent the image of a hospital patient squirming in agony, and is a physical manifestation of James's internal suffering. The novelisation also mentions they were created from feelings of confinement, which makes sense considering the straitjacket they wear. Masahiro Ito stated that he designed the lying figure as reminiscence of Mary in a state of terminal illness.
That makes sense. Oh, that's so sad.
This adds another layer to the lying figure, also making it a manifestation of how Mary envisaged herself, trapped in her own body with no hope or chance for escape. The lying figure's main form of attack is to spit acid like mist. Many have theorised that this is a representation of the harsh words Mary would say to James, as in to spew venom. Tied all together, you have a very real representation of James's internal suffering. He felt very restricted during Mary's final days, unable to touch her, hold her, or be with her sexually. The very fact that she seemingly resented James for all of this just made it worse, and is subtly manifested in the form of the lying figures. Next up, we have the bubblehead nurses.
They don't look like this in the remake. I don't remember them having a bubblehead like that. Why does her face look so weird?
These suggestively dressed monstrosities are a combination of two things.
They don't look like this to me in the remake, but they look a little different, right?
A little, but they still have bulbous healing hands.
Firstly, the anxiety James felt as he watched his wife dying slowly in hospital, surrounded by seemingly incompetent doctors and nurses. Secondly, and more obviously, they represent the very high levels of sexual frustration James was feeling during this time.
James, have you ever heard of masturbation?
I mean, Christ, they even die with their legs spread wide open. Their heads being covered in bubble is a direct reference to the suffocation Mary endured at the hands of James when he smothered her with a pillow. Another constant reminder of what he did. It's noted that their heads convulsed with vigour as if they were trying to break free from their constraints. Closely tying in with the sexual themes is another common enemy you'll find in the game, the mannequin. Mannequins are two female torsos fused together.
Wait, guys, is James just an incel?
bottom used for walking, while the footless top pair of legs are used for striking. Like the nurses, these also represent sexual frustration, James's natural urges embodied. The first time you encounter these creatures, two of them are being abused by Pyramid Head, but more on him later. This leads many to believe the scene is representative of James acting as an oppressor over his wife Mary during their final moments together, something which is alluded to when you discover the tablet of the oppressor later in the game. Now for the brilliantly named Flesh Lips. These bloated sacks of messy flesh hang from a ceiling and try their best to strangle James. Thankfully, they only appear in one section
They are the weirdest freaking creatures I have ever seen.
of the game because they are bloody horrible. According to developer Masahiro Ito, the metal frames they sit in are meant to represent a bed, and the aforementioned flesh lips are meant to be a reflection of Mary's actual mouth, which abused James during their final days together. These are the creatures that Laura locks you in with. Dick. The Mandarin, not to be confused with Iron Man's mortal enemy, is another monster that gets little airtime during Silent Hill 2. They do, however,
They do get more airtime in the remake. Both the lips guys and the mandolin.
represent a large portion of how James is feeling. According to the Book of Lost Memories, they symbolise the feeling of overwhelming, incomprehensible anguish and helplessness. This is the reason they are not allowed to stand above ground. The novelisation also mentions they originated from a desire to escape. As discussed before, James felt trapped, isolated and alone, unable to help or be with Mary. In the end, this would cause him to take some drastic action, an action so terrible it would break him, sending him into a spiral of guilt, pain and suffering. Before going any further, due to the heavy nature of the themes in this game, we're going to take a break to talk about some light Silent Hill 2 facts before going on to talk about Maria.
Light Silent Hill 2 facts, guys! A nice little intermission! James sucks. James is not a nice person. Like, your wife is dying and you're just like, but what about me and my needs? I'm just so alone. Like, dude, go talk to a friend. Go to therapy, you know?
Pyramid Head, James and Mary. Silent Hill 2 released in the UK in November 2001, 2 months after the lucky people in the States got the game on their glorious PS2s. Shortly after,
Okay, guys, this game came out around the same time as Kingdom Hearts 1. And Kingdom Hearts 1 looks so much prettier. So what is it saying? Is Kingdom Hearts just the better game to play, guys?
after an extended version, which I also owned, was released on Microsoft's brand new at the time Xbox. The only difference here was the inclusion of the Born from a Wish scenario, which we will get onto later. Once again, Stateside got it on the 20th of December 2001, whereas we poor Europeans had to wait almost a year, releasing in the UK on the 14th of October 2002. Finally, after many years of fans crying to the Konami gods, they released a package remastering both Silent Hill 2 and 3 as part of a HD collection in 2012. It was extremely buggy, but never mind, we could play it once more.
He must be so happy that there's now the 2024 remake. Oh my god, look at this bug. Look at this bug.
The game is all about drawing the player in, even going so far as to remove the HUD. It's left down to you, the player, to check things like health, gun ammo and locations in the pause game menu. For me, this was perfect. You want to be drawn into the horror, and there was no better way than isolating the player within their experience. Control-wise, you can choose between classic horror staple tank controls, or you can opt for a more modern approach, giving you freedom of movement.
They had tank controls in the original. Oh my god, I hate tank controls so much.
Either way, the controls still have a stiff feel to them, adding to that level of discomfort, often leaving you in a panic, which in this game is a good thing. A nice little design feature incorporates the joypad rumble. When your health gets low, it will vibrate, mirroring James's beating heart.
Interesting.
Early game, you are encouraged to use melee weapons, but later you can pick up guns. As in any horror game, ammo is scarce, regardless of difficulty, to further panic the player. Cool fact alert, you can actually parry. Well, kind of. It's a block that actually requires some timing. by pressing
Wait, can you do that in the remake? Can you parry in the remake?
the run button just before an enemy strikes, you can actually block attacks with melee weapons. You must be out of lock-on mode to do this, however. Early game, you get two very important items which will see you through. The first is the flashlight. Very important, as most of the game is bloody dark. If you turn the light off, it is of course very difficult to get around, but the monsters will find it difficult to see you as well.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
The second item is the radio, which generates static depending on if there are monsters around. It's another fantastic little feature, and is bloody excellent for
That makes sense. The dodge button is real nice.
creating some room entry terror. There is always something around the corner. You can't see it, but the static is there, confirming its presence. The very fact that you can only look at the map if there is a light source is another excellent feature, and believe it or
They did get rid of that one in the remake. You can look at the map whenever you want to look at the map.
not many players know this, as no one ever turns the light off. Another cool feature is the map actually updates itself. Locked doors and destroyed pathways will be scribbled onto the map seemingly in red biro as you progress through the game. This little feature just adds to the layers of techniques used to make it seem less and less like a video game and more like you are seeing through James's eyes.
When I played the remake, the map filling itself out was the best part. So because it's already like a lot of backtrack and a lot of like trying to remember pieces and puzzles and stuff like that. So having to not remember all this stuff and having the map just tell you what to do is fantastic.
We've mentioned the novelization a lot so far, so it would be remiss of me not to talk about it. The book was written by Sadamu Yamashita and was an officially licensed Konami product. It is unknown if Hideyuki Owaku, the writer of the first 4 Silent Hill games, was directly involved with contributing to the novel, but the novel does not contradict anything from the game and is a faithful novelization.
Oh.
Okay, strap yourselves in, because we're about to take an extended look at our main players.
The heavy plot now, guys. The heavy plot.
Man, oh man, Pyramid Head. You scary bastard. Nothing is more terrifying than hearing that knife scrape along the floor, yet you cannot see a thing. You know he's coming though. He is chasing you and he will not stop. I genuinely think he is one of gaming's greatest villains. You cannot see his face, and he shows no quarter as he chases James through the various locations of Silent Hill. Pyramid Head is a pure manifestation of James's guilt, intent on punishing him for what he had done to Mary. James has a deep desire to see himself punished for what he has done, and Silent Hill knows this. That's why it makes sense that these feelings are represented in the worst enemy the game has to offer. Those feelings, aka Pyramid Head, chase James throughout his journey, tormenting him. On the flip side of this, you have Maria, who is trying to serve as a distraction from why he is there, but more on that later. So, good old Pyramid Head does his job and tries to remind James why he was summoned in the first place, by killing Maria over and over. In doing this, James is forced to experience that guilt and suffering all over again. After the 3rd time of seeing Maria killed, James finally accepts what he has done. With James now fighting back, the Pyramid Heads are no longer necessary.
The 2 pyramid heads are so annoying. But also, I feel like in the remake, I don't know. I feel like I wish there was more Pyramid Head, like, not necessarily chasing us, but just like the sounds of Pyramid Head scraping his sword on the ground, trying to terrorize you.
So they decide to impale themselves. Their purpose is fulfilled. A tweet from Ito once stated, PH is the guardian to keep James being only human, produced by his guilt, the main reason why PH attacks other creatures on his delusion.
Does that mean... Question, guys. Does that mean that Pyramid Head is the good guy? That Pyramid Head is the good guy because he wants James to not be distracted by the bad Maria, and for him to face his guilt and face the reality and face the truth of what he did. Keep him accountable. It's like his conscience.
In short, Pyramid Head is the truth and Maria is the deception, 2 parts of James's psyche pulling him in different directions. Pyramid Head wants James to push forward to uncover the truth and face up to what he had done, so he can ultimately move on as per Mary's wish. Otherwise, why would he grant him access to new areas?
Yeah, Pyramid Head is a good guy, guys. It's weird to say, but he's a good guy.
At key points in the game. He is first seen draining the water in the apartment stairwell, and later he pushes James off Brookhaven rooftop into the special treatment area to continue.
Mods, don't ban him. Don't do it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. COD guy, you're like just like somebody else. There was literally somebody else the other day that was saying the exact same thing. You don't get to be banned. No.
His journey. As with most of the other creatures found in Silent Hill, themes of sexuality are also found with Pyramid Head. I mean, the first time you see him, he's doing that horrible thing with the mannequins.
See, he doesn't do that in the remake. In the remake, he's less sexual and more aggressive. Like, he was tearing the limbs of the mannequins. He wasn't, like, rubbing up against them.
Before you engage in the first boss fight, you discover Pyramid Head having his way with one of the lying figures. And also, if you've seen Fukuro, a Silent Hill 2 short, Pyramid Head's perverseness is explored even further.
Oh my god.
It's short, and I recommend only watching it the once.
Oh my god.
Before you start wondering how Pyramid Head's appearances is connected in other games, don't. Ito only ever intended Pyramid Head to be for James. His presence in subsequent games and movies
Thank you for timing him out. That's fantastic. Don't give him his way.
Was purely for financial benefit, as he had clearly served his scary purpose well.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife.
Hi, Darkfire. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a good stream. Today we are watching Lore. How is it still 20 more minutes of this video, guys? How is that physically possible?
I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria.
Because I keep trying to respond to it.
Ghost, do I?
So, what is Maria? We know she's not real.
See? I'm real.
Despite her saying she is. The tale of Maria can be a little confusing, but thankfully, a bonus mini-story called Born from a Wish was released, the title there being quite telling. As mentioned many times before, Silent Hill summoned James for a reason. One way or another, he needs to deal with his baggage. Where Pyramid Head wants to push James to the truth, Maria, born from James's perfect image of what he wishes his wife was, is there to tempt him to the dark side.
That's even grosser. This is even grosser. I don't like James, guys.
This basically makes Maria another one of Silent Hill's monster creations, but she's not like the rest. She's actually self-aware. When she wakes up, she initially has no memory as to why she is there in the first place.
I hope the fixing the PC goes well. No, but like the thing is, like, I don't like anything. Like, I don't like. It's hard to explain. It's not like I like the like every aspect of James. Like, I guess like I think I like Silent Hill, like the hill. I like, you know what? I'm a Pyramid Head fan. That's it. Pyramid Head is the goat.
Venturing out of town, alone and frightened, Maria eventually stumbles across a large mansion home to one Ernest Baldwin. Ernest.
So there's like this like DLC thing, right? You think they'll make it the DLC for the remake, or you think they're just not gonna do it?
Has locked himself in a room and asked Maria to go and retrieve a vial of white liquid for him so he can revive his daughter. It's noted that during this scene, Ernest seems to pick up on what Maria actually is, expressing, "That why you can see me?" after she slides his daughter's letter through.
Like, I know that James is not supposed to be good. Like, he's not supposed to be good. But you know, like, the ending that's like the good ending where it's James escapes, I'm like, maybe that's not the good ending. Maybe the other endings are the better endings. Maybe he needs to get what he he put out. Maybe he needs to be, like, the energy needs to be returned. Why does he get to be free? The only reason I like the good ending, quote unquote, is because the girl gets to leave and she doesn't deserve to be there. But maybe she'll be fine even without James. Maybe because she doesn't seem to be stuck in the world anyway. She's just there to find the conclusion. So maybe regardless, she just escapes, you know?
Through the door. The most popular theory going round is that Ernest is a ghost, given strength by the fact that Maria never actually sees Ernest in person, and he states that he is unable to leave the mansion. Written on the outside of the mansion is, "Keep out of haunted mansion." Big clue there. When Maria returns with the goods, Ernest tells Maria of a man called James Sunderland, and that he is not very nice. This gets Maria's cogs turning as she remembers details about James, including the fact that he murdered his wife. She also remembers that underneath it all, James is a kind man. After this, she's finally able to access the room that Ernest was in, only to discover it's empty, aside from some gloves and a birthday card to Ernest. Maria leaves and for a moment considers suicide. Instead, she chucks the gun over the wall and succumbs to her actual nature, which is to find James and be everything he wants. We then pick up Maria's story in Rosewater Park. Maria already seems to have worked herself out and is now presenting herself as a confident and sassy lady. James is clearly freaked out by her confidence and also seeing a version of his wife he always wanted. Maria has all of Mary's memories. She knows everything from the beginning, which essentially makes her the main antagonist of the game.
This is the thing. I don't think Silent Hill is inherently just wanting people to come and die or whatever, wants to feed on them. I think it's just an energy, so it can put out any energy that you put out, right? So I don't think it's necessarily inconsistent, never, but more that like there's a part of him that feels like he needs to face the truth, and another part of him that wants him to be in denial and to stay in Silent Hill and to die. Because Silent Hill didn't hurt the girl, right? So Silent Hill's not bad. It's just it's not inherently bad. It's a neutral entity that makes you like is just super power. Hi, Otter, welcome in. I don't think it needs food at all. Or anything like that. I think it just exists, and therefore it has energy and it draws people in.
Clinging ever so closely to James and showing extreme jealousy in certain moments.
Anyway, glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
I mean, you're not real. Hi, Diamond. Wow, aren't you stinky? That's what he led in about with the energy drawing the people. What consistent is the way he treats Maria and Pyramid Head as separate things, even though they are the same, just showing his conflict. I mean, the narrator does treat it the same. I think James doesn't know that they're two different, like that they're like what they are, right? He doesn't know. Technically speaking, the dead wife is not real anymore, too. You know, yeah, nobody's real.
James understands by the end what they are.
Yeah, he does. I guess. So hi Diamond, how are you doing? Happy Monday! You missed Warhammer lore, and we're almost done. Well, not almost. We're getting our way through Silent Hill lore. Hi Broken Spine! I need food. Damon? I need food. You wanna warm me up mac and cheese? Whoa!
No, I just...
Oh my god, guys. The way she looked over at him, her mouth looked like it was from ear to ear. She looked like she had a really big mouth. And I'm just like, what's happening there?
Stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone.
Are you okay? What happened? Are you okay? Was it a medical emergency? Are you getting rest? Are you hydrating? Did you eat?
You're supposed to take care of me.
It's shortly after this that Maria is killed for the first time by Pyramid Head, and James is left in the elevator, devastated by what had just happened. A woman who is like Mary, dead in front of him. Remind you of anything, James? Anyway, James would later find Maria locked up alive and well in the labyrinth, but this time her behaviour has shifted.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway?
This is so creepy. This is like very, very creepy. This scene, you know, he's like, did something happen, James? James, did something happen when we were separated, James? Yeah, I hope you're okay. I hope you're taking care of yourself. I know you said yes. I worry. Hospitals are no fun. I hope you didn't have to wait too long. I find like, I've been to the hospital for like medical procedures, but there was only one time I had to be at the hospital for like an accident situation. Well, yeah, for me at least. I was in a car accident. And then there was one time where I had to call the ambulance for Damon, and I was in the hospital and I was so tired. I was so incredibly tired. And he just slept in the bed while I sat next to him, and I was just like, I'm so tired and I don't want to leave your side.
Are you confusing me with someone else?
No.
You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
James is confused by this, but Maria knows what she is doing, luring James once again to the dark side with promises of the sexual gratification he sorely desires.
What?
Thankfully,
James is just a horny, annoying murderer! Like, dude! I feel like everything in Silent Hill could have been, like, he could have prevented Silent Hill events from happening. Silent Hill 2 is completely preventable if he just, like, you know, masturbated.
Pyramid Head, once again playing defense, scores a touchdown and takes care of Maria. I mean, it's actually unknown who offs her, but most people's bets are on the triangle-headed bad boy. In Maria's final normal scene, she is once again killed in front of James as a final reminder that she isn't real and James really needs to face up to what he has done. As for Maria,
I swear he is more horny than Chainsaw Man.
Maria's fate, well, we'll look at that in the endings. For now, it's safe to say that Maria is the simplest creature of all to understand. Like Pyramid Head, Maria was there to serve a purpose. She may have been born from James's subconscious like the rest of the creatures, but she was actually self-aware and may have even loved James deep down. In an interesting piece of trivia, Maria is actually the Latin form of Mary. Who knew? Oh, and they are also voiced by the same voice actor. Obviously. Finally, on to James and Mary. A lot about these has been covered already, so I guess this serves as a brief overview of the pairing and how they got to Silent Hill 2. As per the Silent Hill 2 novelisation, James...
Hello, Ark! Welcome in. Hello. Can I get a shout out for Ark, please? You missed a whole lot of Warhammer lore. I would have loved to hear your takes. You'll have to watch my video on YouTube, because I had lots of whys. I had so many whys. That's what I'm saying, Cami. Chainsaw Man was at least a teen building up. I know James should be reasonable. Like, isn't he old? How can he be this, like, horny? Like, come on, James, keep it in your pants. Like, come on.
met Mary at one of their mutual friends' house parties. Their meeting sparked a fiery romance that eventually developed into a strong relationship, full of love and admiration. They vacationed to Silent Hill, staying in the same Lakeview hotel featured at the end of the game in room 312, the very same room where James's big revelation would occur. Not long after their vacation, Mary would fall ill with an incurable terminal disease. She was given 3 years to live. The disease made Mary's hair fall out and her skin tone changed, making her feel like her beauty was withering. The doctors consistently advised there was nothing to be done. Mary would have to live out her remaining days in hospital.
It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go.
I feel bad for Mary so much. Like, she's the person that you should feel sad for. Like, she's going through this, like, she's dying. She's looking hideous because the disease is taking her body. And then the man she loves is, like, not caring about her and feeling, like, sexually unsatisfied because she's, like, dying. It's like, what the heck, dude? You can't even keep it in your pants for your dying wife? Like, what the heck?
Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said.
Mary lashed out at everyone she loved. Most of it was directed at James, and as a result, over time, James would visit Mary less frequently.
I mean, she would lash out probably because she's just dealing with so much that's happening, right? Like, dying is hard.
The tensions and the arguments were too much, forcing James to take up drinking, letting his demons slowly take hold. Mary was able to find some comfort, however, in another patient, the previously mentioned Laura. Laura's hostility towards James makes sense, given the amount of time her and Mary spent together. There were many occasions where James was supposed to visit, but never came.
Aww.
As it turns out, Mary was also willing to adopt Laura had things turned out differently. Sadly, that never came to pass. During her last days, Mary wrote letters to both James and Laura, giving them to her nurse Rachel and asking her to
Which we know. The question is, why was Laura in the hospital?
pass them on after her death. She would then return home and James would become her carer, but only for a short while. It was here that James committed an unspeakable act, smothering Mary with a pillow, ending her life. It's hinted at in the Book of Lost Memories and confirmed in the novelisation that James actually brings Mary's body to Silent Hill and that she is in the backseat of his car when he arrives. Another tweet from Ito would explain. He hasn't noticed he killed her too. It would seem that James had repressed the memory of killing Mary. When you think of it this way, it makes sense that the letter James received from Mary was never real in the first place. It was
Your body's in the back of the car?
just another delusion created by James to protect him from the truth. The truth that she didn't die 3 years ago. She was in fact alive just a few days ago, until he decided to take Mary's fate into his own hands and murder her. It would be this act that sent him over the edge, making him perfect food for Silent Hill. James was originally meant to have two distinct personalities. A creator's comment in the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle would tell us that, in the initial stages of the scenario, he was a character who had two personalities, Joseph and James.
What?
The name Joseph was borrowed from the name of a man suspected of being Jack the Ripper, and James is a derivative. This, of course, didn't make it into the final game, but subtle shades of James can be seen throughout. Most of the time, James is seen as and even described as a kind, caring, courteous individual. Try where he might, he often falls short of successfully consoling people, backing off when challenged and losing any confidence.
Yeah, but just because he's supposed to be food doesn't mean that if he doesn't repent, he cannot escape being food, right? So Pyramid Head is there to help him repent, and so he can escape and not become food. But if he can't repent, he then becomes Silent Hill's food, right?
He might have had. To top this off, it's heavily implied that James is suicidal despite the fact that he denies it. It was actually the reason he came to Silent Hill in the first place, and in one of the endings, goes through with it. In the novelisation, James says, "Actually, I guess I'm dead. Heart's as good as dead anyway." No one in their correct state of mind...
Oh my god, he's such a little emo boy! Like, James, nobody feels sorry for you!
half the things James does during his journey. Things like leaving his car door open, leaving his flashlight on while hiding from Pyramid Head, sticking his hand inside a hole in the wall after being pricked by something inside, dipping his hands inside a filthy toilet to retrieve a wallet and not washing his hands afterwards, and asking a visibly armed Eddie if he has gone nuts. Oh, and also jumping down bloody holes. Lots of them. If the player walks up to Angela again in the cemetery, she will ask, "Aren't you looking for someone?" And a forgetful James will reply, "That's right," and walk off. The signs are there from the beginning.
This town, There's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. And it's not just the fog, either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
When you break it down to basics, James and Mary were happy and in love until illness came and changed everything. Over the course of 3 years, things would get worse for the couple. Arguing would intensify, their dreams of children would collapse, James would begin drinking more, still remaining faithful to Mary despite his sexual frustration. Slowly but surely, James would begin to resent Mary, but at the same time, seeing her in so much pain would kill him inside. Unable to take it anymore, James would eventually commit the ultimate sin. This drove him over the edge, and with Silent Hill mysteriously calling to him, he went to end it, unable to live with himself. He put Mary on the backseat of his car and drove. The half a day's drive it took to get to Silent Hill was long enough for the repression to set in. This was most likely caused by PTSD. Couple that with the power of Silent Hill, and by the time James arrives, his delusions have taken over. He believes Mary has been dead for 3 years, taken by her illness, although it was 3 years ago she became ill. He thinks he's received a letter from Mary, when in fact it was Silent Hill that sent the letter, and from this point on, James is on a path to redemption. Kinda. Or ruin, depending on how you look at it. What happens, of course, is in the hands of the players. How you play through the game will determine the ending you experience.
I lost my train of thought. Oh, we were talking about this while we were actually playing the game, but it's common for... Yeah, it's hot. It's hot. Thank you. It's common for couples, if the wife gets sick, for the husband to just leave, because a lot of them just can't handle it. So I don't know. I think maybe if it would have been better if he just left her, you know what I mean? Compared to the other way, if it's the man who gets sick, the wife tends to take care of her husband, and it's just like it's just a continuous sad realization. I know it's sad.
There is a grand total of 6 endings in Silent Hill 2, 4 serious endings and 2 joke endings, 3 of which you are limited to on your first playthrough, with the other 3 only obtainable in replays. The first ending, and some would probably consider the best, is the Leave ending. In this ending, James rejects Maria and after killing her, gets a
That's the ending I got.
Final meeting with Mary where she gives him the real letter. After that, James finds Laura and leaves with her, possibly fulfilling Mary's wish to adopt Laura as his own.
I hope so.
In order to get this ending, as you go through the game, make sure to regularly check Mary's photo and letter, keep your health high, try to stay as far away from Maria as possible, and in the Lakeview Hotel, listen to the conversation on the headphones and in the hallway. An interesting fact you might not know about Mary's letter is that if you check it after the fight with Eddie, it will be blank. And if you try and find it in your inventory after viewing the videotape, it will be gone completely, further giving weight to the letter not being real. The second ending on the list is In Water. As with the previous ending, James fights Maria
This is the ending I haven't seen yet.
to the death before seeing Mary one last time. Coming to the conclusion that he is unable to live without Mary, James gets in his car and plows it straight into Toluca Lake, killing himself so he can be with Mary once more.
What a terrible way to go. Into the lake?
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now
can be together.
This ending is achieved by keeping James's health low and not healing immediately when taking damage, checking Angela's knife, reading the patient's diary on Brookhaven roof and the second letter to James in Neely's bar, and once again listening to both conversations in the Lakeview Hotel. In the third standard ending, James confronts an
Slimy! Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a fun time. Welcome, welcome. I'm just eating mac and cheese while we finish up our Silent Hill video.
Angry Mary in the final boss room, and I'd say she's pretty pissed off with what he had done to her. After James dispatches the evil manifestation, he heads back to Rosewater Park. Moments later, Maria would once again appear, resurrected, and ask if James had killed Mary again. James tells her it wasn't Mary, implying that he has finally seen through Silent Hill's illusions. James then leaves with Maria. As they walk, however, Maria starts coughing, implying she is suffering from the same illness as Mary, and the cycle is doomed to repeat itself. In order to live unhappily ever after with Maria, you need to keep your health high and heal frequently if James is injured, spend a lot of time with Maria and protect her from monsters, follow her commands, and visit her when she is sick in Brookhaven Hospital.
Interesting. Welcome in, Gate Shade. 7 hours? Oh my god, that's a long stream. You must be exhausted. Make sure you do after stream care. Take care of yourself. Thank you for sharing your community with me.
When Maria dies in the labyrinth, attempt to re-enter the room, and finally, in the Lakeview Hotel, do not listen to any of the conversations. On a second playthrough, if you complete the game with 4 special items in your inventory, you will be treated to the Rebirth ending.
Ooh.
You need to find the White Chrism in Blue Creek, the Lost Memories in Texan Gas, the Obsidian Goblet in the Historical Society, and the Crimson Ceremony in the Reading Room of Lakeview Hotel. Once you have these, kill Maria as normal, and a scene will play out where James takes Mary's corpse, sail to the Church of Rebirth on Toluca Lake Island, and try to resurrect Mary.
He tries to bring her back!
With unknown results. A fiver says she goes Pet Cemetery on his ass. In a small doghouse near Jack's Inn, you can find a dog key. Carry this all the way to Lakeview Hotel and use it on one of the doors in the same corridor as room 312, and James will discover a dog who has apparently been controlling all the events of Silent Hill 2 from a rather large comical computer. This comes
This is the best. This is like the Cabin in the Woods ending.
as a little light relief considering the overall dark tone of the game. And James gets his face licked. Bless him. The 6th and final ending is a continuation of the UFO ending from Silent Hill 1.
Oh.
Obtaining the blue gem and using it in 3 separate locations will summon a group of alien ships that will abduct James with the help of none other than Harry Mason, who is now on the side of the aliens.
Alien
Many have theorized
abduction.
the in-water ending is indeed the canon ending of the story,
Oh.
with Masahiro Ito and Guy Seehee, that's the actor who plays James Sunderland, choosing In Water as their own canon endings.
Interesting.
Ito also stated, however, that it is down to player interpretation. The fact that James flat out refuses the notion that he would ever kill himself to Angela also strengthens the fact that In Water isn't canon. I, for one, would like to think that Rebirth actually happened and Zombie Mary is a thing. As a side note, the original PS2 release didn't have the UFO ending. Now that we are rounding out this video, let's crunch some quick-fire numbers. Silent Hill 2 has an average critic review of 89% on Metacritic,
surprisingly high.
with a noticeable 90% from game website Titan IGN. The average user score on Metacritic comes in at a solid 9.2. People love Silent Hill 2 by the looks of it, which is great, because I love this game! In its first month of release, it sold over 1 million copies across North America, Japan
Wow.
and Europe during its original PS2 release. That's 1.28 million to be exact, with the OG Xbox version adding an additional 280,000 copies shortly after. When the HD collection release with Silent Hill 2 included, both across PS3 and Xbox 360, a further 510,000 copies would find their ways into people's systems, topping out total sales at just over 2 million.
Wow.
I'd say that's not bad considering the age of the game. At time of recording, Silent Hill 2 has been completed on PC by Punchy in an incredible 38 minutes and 31 seconds.
That's such a quick run! How?
Using a skip. That's bloody quick! The console record is on the OG Xbox by Airwick, coming in at 42 minutes and 43 seconds with no skipping at all. Links to both these runs, if you're interested, will be in the description. Right, that's it for the first episode of Deep Dives. If you've liked what you've watched today, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button and also like this video. As it is my first deep dive, feedback is absolutely welcome. What have I done right? What have I done wrong? Did I
Talk faster. No offense. Talk faster. I have ADHD. What did we guys think? What did we think of the deep dive into Silent Hill 2? I would like to know more of the speed run, right? The joke endings are great. Damon, hold on, chat. Full of it. Not full. Full of it. Hi, Aqua! Just got here. I know you just got here. It says you're chatting for the first time today. You thought it would be better? I thought so too, honestly. And I don't even think it's like flack to like the guy who created it. This was the most popular Silent Hill 2 lore. But I was expecting there to be more. Surprisingly, most of the stuff I picked up on just purely through playing the game. It wasn't that much to like reveal. Hold on, let's move back over here for the time being. So we have a little bit of music while we're talking. There we go. I was like, yeah, I was expecting there to be a lot more things happening. A lot more stuff, you know, if that makes sense? Video was okay, narrative was too slow, would have been better at 1.25 speed. I think so too. I agree. And like some people just naturally have a more of a quiet and slow way of talking, but some of it was like redundant. Like he would say something and then he would show the clip of the thing, and it's like, okay, you're showing the clip of the thing, I get it, like cool, but like you didn't have to. For some reason I thought it had a little bit deeper lore, but it really doesn't. In conclusion, the world, the place is just like manifested by like death, and then so it has power, and there's an upside down, and that's it. Like, and most of like the symbolism was pretty straightforward to me in the remake, especially. Everything was kind of straightforward. I think the only thing that I didn't know were what was it? The whole that Angela killed her dad. I didn't know about that, but I think it's just because I missed the newspaper clipping. Other than that, I think I pretty much knew everything. Maybe I'm better at following stories than I thought. Maybe I'm just better at that. Okay, I gotta go pee, and then we need to decide, because it's getting pretty late, if we want to watch another video and what we want to watch. Oh, welcome and thank you for the follow. You're now my little sapling. So I'll be right back, guys. Be right back.
This right here is my favorite thing ever. In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
my knees are aching from crossing my legs. I sit like a problem. That's what happens. I sit like a problem. And so my knees start to ache when I'm sitting for long periods of time, and they don't like me. And I don't know why. I used to sit crisscross applesauce all the time, and I would have no pains, no issue, nothing. And then suddenly, my body's like, I don't know, bitch. I don't know. We don't like you anymore. You're complicated. Got a new mic from Walmart. It connects to my headset. Oh, wait, is it like a mod mic? Ooh, you might have to change that, not the gain. You need a noise suppressor. You got a little peony. Peony's a great flower. Also, hi, Sadkins. Did I say hi? But yeah, I was a little disappointed with Silent Hill. Not like in a bad way. Like, I liked the game. But I guess I was disappointed in the lack of depth. Mod mic is not that expensive. And noise suppression is not it's just a plugin. It's just a plugin. Noise suppression is a plugin. It's the thing, Cami. I'm in my 30s sitting habitually with legs tucked under me, and it hurts to get up if I sit that way for a couple of hours. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? I know, Jackal. It'll take me... The Bloodborne video might take me an hour and a half. I'm gonna have to save it for next lore video. I know I keep putting it off because I don't know if I can go sit through another 2-hour long video. I was going for a deep lore dog ending, right? But apparently it's not so much. It's not so much. What do I mean? What do you mean? You said that the microphone picks up your parents in the kitchen, right? You're just saying I have worse knees to come. I don't know if we're time for the rating yet. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. We watched 2 videos. How did a 4-hour stream do 2 videos? How did that happen? I was expecting it was, because I don't remember who posted the videos. They're like, do you want to know about the Silent Hill lore after you beat it? Like, hell yeah! And then it was just like, oh, I already know this. It's a filter. It's what I use so that you guys don't hear my fans. I have filters on my microphone. I have noise suppression, noise gate. Oh yeah, the microphone's also really high quality. Don't get me wrong there. How do you... Well, yeah. Well, the dynamic mic too. I know that, Damon. Yapping is what happened. Yes, the yapping is happening. Yes, we are the yapping. Is it okay if we do the yapping? I know, Damon. I know microphone stuff. At least a little bit. Not a lot, but I know it a little bit. I have an okay understanding of microphones and microphone accessories. I know, but you're not part of the conversation. How do you get it? You can just download plugins, and if you're using OBS, they should have default plugins you can activate through OBS. Depends on what you're using the microphone for. It depends. I think there's like a third-party app you can just have as a plugin thing as well. Hi, Damon. Sounds complicated. It's really not that complicated. You gonna go to EP? Good night, new fishy. Good night. I hope you sleep tight. I don't like that my knees are aching, guys. I'm not very tolerable of that. Boop. Hi, Ginger. What a... On Wednesday, I want to start a new game. I think I want to start a new game, or I want to finish a game. I'm not 100% sure what I want to game on Wednesday, guys. I really don't know. Is there anything you guys been playing a lot lately that you're like super hyped and excited to be playing? Is there anything new coming out? Like, I feel like I don't even know. Any new releases up? Wait, I could go to like, remember Opera has that thing, guys? Wait. Opera has that thing that'll tell you like new things coming out. Yeah. See, the game calendar. What's coming out? Nothing's coming out. There's demos coming out. Nothing's coming out tomorrow. There's like Beastie Balls and that's it. Okay, thank you. Slay the Princess is really good. It's a lot of reading. That's my only issue with games like Slay the Princess. Like great horror games, a lot of reading. It'll be coming in a few months, Neva. That's not now. Maybe I should... I do want to play more Monster Hunter World, but I feel like I'm in a weird place in World where it's not very fun to watch. It's just a lot of like grinding. I need a game with constant... I need a game that's out now. There's a lot of text. Yeah, except my answers I have to read. I have to read all the answers. I have to read the text that I've watched other people play Slay the Princess, Jackal. I've seen Cereza get a bunch of endings too. So it's not like I don't know the spoilers, but also that's like a game I have to buy. Makes a good time to do World or Rise. I do, like I said, I do want to play more World, but I feel like I'm just like by myself. It feels very grindy, if that makes sense. So maybe I need to get people together to play with me, but everybody that I know seems to be lower level, if that makes sense. Yes, no games with words that have to be read. Reading is so challenging. Reading is difficult and time consuming. And then you guys always say, Camellia, you're saying that wrong. That's not how you say it. That's not how you speak. Speak better. I swear you guys always do that. I swear you guys do that all the time. Always just like, speak better, Camellia. Oh, there's ads now, guys. I knew I'd yap into the ads. Can I burp on command? No, I cannot. I'm not a degen. Speak gooda. I don't speak gooda. I speak bad. I speak very bad. I speak not good. I'm sitting crisscross applesauce, even though I know my knees are gonna hate me for it. My knees are gonna really, really hate me for it, but it's just what's gonna happen. I can't help it. It's the most comfortable position, even when my knees hurt. RIP Horse Adventure. I feel like well, let's look on Steam. Hold on, guys. Let's go on Steam. Let's see what's the most popular game that is new releases, because the Steam has that new release page, right? Menace from the Deep. Ooh. Oh, that wholesome game Mirthwood is out. That looks very cozy. I mean, I could play... I don't know. I might make a poll tomorrow, guys, because I can't decide what I want to play. Oh, wait, guys. Slitterhead is out. That's something. But it's, like, so expensive. It's $50! No, it's not $70. It does look really interesting. I wonder if it's any good. I applied for a key for Planet Coaster 2. Let's see if they gave me the key, guys. I don't know if they like me very much. So far, nothing back. It just says requested, so I don't know if they're gonna get back to me. But for some reason, Planet Coaster 2 is more expensive than... Oh, welcome back from the ads, guys! For some reason, Planet Coaster 2 is more expensive than Slitterhead. Which makes no sense. I feel like I need a new obsession. I guess I could go back to Elden Ring. There's always Elden Ring. Elden Ring is never gone. It's always there waiting. It's always waiting for me. But we could also find a new simulation game. Dark Souls 3 is gonna be saved for the 2.0 debut. Hi, Nick! Can I ask you why can't Horus participate in democracy? Because it's all naysayers. Wow, naysayers. I see how it is. I see how it is. I see how it is. I see. You like to say nay. Maybe they're not naysayers. Maybe they believe in us. Maybe they believe in us. Okay, guys, I do think I'm gonna call it tonight. I am a little eepy, and my eepiness, all the lore, all the freaking Warhammer lore went into my brain and overloaded. It overloaded it to the max. I will be putting more Warhammer lore on my playlist. I'm gonna go through and see if I can find some. I'm always looking for recommendation, guys. So if you go for in the Discord, you can join. You can post lore videos on the Cami React, or any video you want me to watch during our React streams. How many hammers can a Warhammer have if a Warhammer could have Warhammers? I'm assuming 2, because they have 2 hands. But maybe some of them could have 4, because they could carry 2 per hand. I don't know. Are you putting this on YouTube? Yes, I am. Don't worry. All my reaction videos will be edited and put on YouTube. I will probably put the Silent Hill one as well and heavily edit it and just be like, if you don't know, you don't know. All the YouTubes. Yes! We're gonna go raid Pause. Pause is doing... I guess she's doing a subathon. She's doing a partner celebration subathon. And she has 3 more hours on the counter. She's also playing Echo. Which is like...
Dong ding, good night, little witchling.
Thank you, Mangi. Thank you guys for hanging out. I got a raid message. Just hanging flashbacks with Lola. Honestly, I'm gonna cut the video so it's gonna be so unhinged. People are gonna be like, what the frick, Cami? I'm gonna go get some fresh air, probably stretch my legs, and hopefully sleep well. Next stream is gonna be Wednesday night. We'll be playing something, so expect a poll tomorrow at some point if I can't think of what I want to play. And then Thursday morning will be our next React stream. We'll be watching more silly videos again, like Let's Game It Out. We might do another lore next Monday. Maybe we'll watch more Warhammer. We'll see. But this time we'll do better lore, like Bloodborne. That Bloodborne that actually has lore, not like Silent Hill 2 that has absolutely no lore. Alright guys, happy raiding. Thank you for hanging out. Auf Wiedersehen. Tschüss. Goodbye.